Drop the knife. Drop the knife. Come back home. Come back home. They had guns. They had guns. Get off my car. Get off my car. Watch TV here. Watch TV here. Do you hear it? Do you hear it? I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Did I wake you? Did I wake you? We didn't ask. We didn't ask. We came early. We came early. We must check. We must check. Don't tell Tom. Don't tell Tom. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. My car is new. My car is new. We're at home. We're at home. Shut the door. Shut the door. Tom got tired. Tom got tired. When's dinner? When's dinner? Tom was early. Tom was early. Take a shower. Take a shower. Put on a robe. Put on a robe. Tom paid Mary. Tom paid Mary. You're my age. You're my age. Take this one. Take this one. Do as Tom asks. Do as Tom asks. Get on a horse. Get on a horse. My foot hurts. My foot hurts. Do you have it? Do you have it? I have a table. I have a table. You came back. You came back. We let Tom go. We let Tom go. Listen to Tom. Listen to Tom. He needs money. He needs money. Tom was brave. Tom was brave. Tom'll manage. Tom'll manage. You were mine. You were mine. They all knew. They all knew. We'll be late. We'll be late. We must leave. We must leave. Tom won't eat. Tom won't eat. Do as you want. Do as you want. Who found her? Who found her? You might win. You might win. Should I wait? Should I wait? I got arrested. I got arrested. See you later. See you later. Nobody saw us. Nobody saw us. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Will you come? Will you come? We have to go. We have to go. I created this. I created this. They may pass. They may pass. Tom is active. Tom is active. They're wrong. They're wrong. They can help. They can help. Hand it to Tom. Hand it to Tom. Bring her here. Bring her here. You're my age. You're my age. We're patient. We're patient. Don't watch TV. Don't watch TV. I have an idea. I have an idea. They know Tom. They know Tom. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Go to the park. Go to the park. I agreed to go. I agreed to go. Can we come in? Can we come in? Can I sit here? Can I sit here? I became angry. I became angry. That's enough. That's enough. Tom fooled me. Tom fooled me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Everybody left. Everybody left. We'll be fast. We'll be fast. Do that for me. Do that for me. He was English. He was English. We're in pain. We're in pain. I despised you. I despised you. I have to wait. I have to wait. You're skinny. You're skinny. Send it to me. Send it to me. Tom hesitated. Tom hesitated. I can't use it. I can't use it. I cook for Tom. I cook for Tom. She loves Tom. She loves Tom. I ate too much. I ate too much. That was hard. That was hard. Don't be upset. Don't be upset. Tom went home. Tom went home. He looked back. He looked back. We got scared. We got scared. A car's coming. A car's coming. Tom felt weak. Tom felt weak. Eat everything. Eat everything. No one's here. No one's here. Tom is a snob. Tom is a snob. I just guessed. I just guessed. Start singing. Start singing. Have some cake. Have some cake. Don't quote me. Don't quote me. She's a cutie. She's a cutie. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. Hi. What's new? Hi. What's new? Are you coming? Are you coming? We've refused. We've refused. You're so old. You're so old. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You scared us. You scared us. Do we have one? Do we have one? Take the keys. Take the keys. You have wine. You have wine. Let me try it. Let me try it. Tie your shoe. Tie your shoe. We won't tell. We won't tell. Open the door. Open the door. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Tom won't win. Tom won't win. Will you wait? Will you wait? Here, try this. Here, try this. Take only one. Take only one. Tom called us. Tom called us. She can skate. She can skate. Bring the kids. Bring the kids. He's all right. He's all right. They're weird. They're weird. Take this one. Take this one. Tom missed me. Tom missed me. Go and ask Tom. Go and ask Tom. You seem busy. You seem busy. Tom is abroad. Tom is abroad. Tom helped me. Tom helped me. We're enemies. We're enemies. Blow your nose. Blow your nose. Tom's serious. Tom's serious. What ails you? What ails you? Wait a moment. Wait a moment. They fixed it. They fixed it. Bring Tom here. Bring Tom here. We'll do that. We'll do that. Please fix it. Please fix it. How deep is it? How deep is it? Let's open it. Let's open it. Make me happy. Make me happy. I hate insects. I hate insects. They vanished. They vanished. Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? Tom wants you. Tom wants you. You will lose. You will lose. Tom left town. Tom left town. Keep paddling. Keep paddling. I drank a beer. I drank a beer. Tom told Mary. Tom told Mary. Cross the road. Cross the road. That's absurd. That's absurd. I believed Tom. I believed Tom. Tom kissed me. Tom kissed me. You're clever. You're clever. Nobody saw us. Nobody saw us. We need a car. We need a car. Tom's furious. Tom's furious. Finish the job. Finish the job. His name's Tom. His name's Tom. Autumn is here. Autumn is here. Mine is black. Mine is black. I brought mine. I brought mine. Can we stop it? Can we stop it? Tom felt fine. Tom felt fine. Check this out. Check this out. Who hired you? Who hired you? Did I wake you? Did I wake you? What about me? What about me? Do we have one? Do we have one? Go get changed. Go get changed. I hate reading. I hate reading. We were naive. We were naive. Out of my way. Out of my way. Tom went pale. Tom went pale. His head ached. His head ached. Now try again. Now try again. What nonsense. What nonsense. Leave it open. Leave it open. He surrendered. He surrendered. Copy this file. Copy this file. Show it to me. Show it to me. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, I'm ready. He deserved it. He deserved it. Tom's working. Tom's working. We'll be here. We'll be here. We must hurry. We must hurry. Tom has a dog. Tom has a dog. They need you. They need you. We were happy. We were happy. They're clean. They're clean. Tom caught me. Tom caught me. Give me a sign. Give me a sign. Tell Tom that. Tell Tom that. Tom cursed us. Tom cursed us. Be careful, okay. Be careful, okay. We play rugby. We play rugby. This won't do. This won't do. Tom got drunk. Tom got drunk. Can we do this? Can we do this? How can I help? How can I help? Did you try it? Did you try it? They're there. They're there. We're at work. We're at work. You were busy. You were busy. You can't win. You can't win. We need water. We need water. Stay together. Stay together. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. Was Tom fired? Was Tom fired? Tom is in bed. Tom is in bed. Tom's changed. Tom's changed. We're not old. We're not old. I brought mine. I brought mine. Straighten up. Straighten up. Go talk to Tom. Go talk to Tom. We missed you. We missed you. We do want it. We do want it. Try to escape. Try to escape. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. What did I do? What did I do? Tom recovered. Tom recovered. Fight like men. Fight like men. I grew a beard. I grew a beard. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Have some cake. Have some cake. You're insane. You're insane. Okay, try again. Okay, try again. Don't sing, okay. Don't sing, okay. Red suits you. Red suits you. Now step back. Now step back. They're brave. They're brave. Wake up, dear. Wake up, dear. Take him away. Take him away. Bring it to me. Bring it to me. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. This is silly. This is silly. May I come in? May I come in? They pay well. They pay well. I feel seasick. I feel seasick. Tom will lose. Tom will lose. Tom is asleep. Tom is asleep. We'll both go. We'll both go. Life is sweet. Life is sweet. I go to school. I go to school. Does Tom agree? Does Tom agree? She likes him. She likes him. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Tom is active. Tom is active. Tom has lupus. Tom has lupus. What a bummer. What a bummer. We're jealous. We're jealous. Here she comes. Here she comes. Tom is coming. Tom is coming. He's not going. He's not going. What about me? What about me? Tom's injured. Tom's injured. Tom is trying. Tom is trying. They'll do it. They'll do it. We're cowboys. We're cowboys. Cooking is fun. Cooking is fun. Tom has a car. Tom has a car. You know that. You know that. Do you have it? Do you have it? Cash is better. Cash is better. You're direct. You're direct. Tom is stingy. Tom is stingy. We eat at 6. We eat at 6. Quit gambling. Quit gambling. Will Tom sing? Will Tom sing? Wait till 6. Wait till 6. We won't lose. We won't lose. Will you wait? Will you wait? Put that down. Put that down. I hate driving. I hate driving. I don't use it. I don't use it. You're not me. You're not me. Tom's excited. Tom's excited. Did you buy it? Did you buy it? Tom asked why. Tom asked why. You are drunk. You are drunk. Life's unfair. Life's unfair. Can you answer? Can you answer? Tom can do it. Tom can do it. That's a bear. That's a bear. My car is red. My car is red. Try to escape. Try to escape. Start the car. Start the car. They shot Tom. They shot Tom. Do you miss it? Do you miss it? I broke a nail. I broke a nail. We like music. We like music. Tom has grown. Tom has grown. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Come sit by me. Come sit by me. Check it again. Check it again. No one called. No one called. We're cousins. We're cousins. I did say that. I did say that. I have to hide. I have to hide. Who remembers? Who remembers? Boil the water. Boil the water. We're cousins. We're cousins. Show it to me. Show it to me. Are you scared? Are you scared? I called again. I called again. That was cool. That was cool. Tom was moved. Tom was moved. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. How did it end? How did it end? Do you need it? Do you need it? You aren't me. You aren't me. Did you fix it? Did you fix it? Tom will fail. Tom will fail. Tom felt blue. Tom felt blue. We're both okay. We're both okay. Tom was vague. Tom was vague. Aren't you sad? Aren't you sad? Tom called me. Tom called me. Can I tell Tom? Can I tell Tom? Tom got fired. Tom got fired. This one's okay. This one's okay. We're special. We're special. She had twins. She had twins. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? He has left us. He has left us. Tom was quiet. Tom was quiet. This is yours. This is yours. I get up early. I get up early. Are you single? Are you single? Stop shooting. Stop shooting. Can I touch it? Can I touch it? Read it aloud. Read it aloud. How's your dad? How's your dad? We're certain. We're certain. Tom is losing. Tom is losing. Read it to me. Read it to me. Who found you? Who found you? He slapped her. He slapped her. Did you forget? Did you forget? She bent down. She bent down. That was ours. That was ours. Have you eaten? Have you eaten? You're boring. You're boring. Tom was vague. Tom was vague. Let's keep it. Let's keep it. Did I wake you? Did I wake you? I have no time. I have no time. I hurt my foot. I hurt my foot. Tom rushed in. Tom rushed in. You were rude. You were rude. Honey is sweet. Honey is sweet. Tom went home. Tom went home. Tom was timid. Tom was timid. Buy me a snack. Buy me a snack. Tom's unhappy. Tom's unhappy. How perceptive. How perceptive. Memorize this. Memorize this. Call me a taxi. Call me a taxi. Tom knew Mary. Tom knew Mary. I can run fast. I can run fast. Eat more fruit. Eat more fruit. Tom didn't go. Tom didn't go. We're healthy. We're healthy. We don't know. We don't know. Make a choice. Make a choice. Check everyone. Check everyone. Tom's outside. Tom's outside. Tom will obey. Tom will obey. Open the cage. Open the cage. Put that back. Put that back. Okay, try again. Okay, try again. Red is better. Red is better. Act like a man. Act like a man. We're sinking. We're sinking. I fell in love. I fell in love. Do we know you? Do we know you? They found it. They found it. This is great. This is great. Do I annoy you? Do I annoy you? May I go home? May I go home? We're barbers. We're barbers. Give it to her. Give it to her. Roll the dice. Roll the dice. We're not fit. We're not fit. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Read it to me. Read it to me. That's a pipe. That's a pipe. Lock the cage. Lock the cage. Suit yourself. Suit yourself. The girls won. The girls won. You came back. You came back. Tom is my dad. Tom is my dad. Give it to her. Give it to her. What'll we do? What'll we do? Show me again. Show me again. She could die. She could die. How's your dad? How's your dad? Go wake Tom up. Go wake Tom up. You scared us. You scared us. Who asked you? Who asked you? Drop the knife. Drop the knife. He looks happy. He looks happy. Nobody saw me. Nobody saw me. We tried that. We tried that. He sold us out. He sold us out. Tell me again. Tell me again. I just saw Tom. I just saw Tom. Can we make it? Can we make it? Tom's defiant. Tom's defiant. He lives alone. He lives alone. Do you promise? Do you promise? Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Tom was happy. Tom was happy. Do I need this? Do I need this? Tom won't win. Tom won't win. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Tom knows why. Tom knows why. Tom came soon. Tom came soon. Tom and I ran. Tom and I ran. Tom, I'm back. Tom, I'm back. Tom has a job. Tom has a job. Coffee is life. Coffee is life. I felt anxious. I felt anxious. Tom came back. Tom came back. Who hired you? Who hired you? Let Tom speak. Let Tom speak. I followed you. I followed you. Tom is a liar. Tom is a liar. Tom is hungry. Tom is hungry. He went abroad. He went abroad. Tom looked up. Tom looked up. Hide the money. Hide the money. Boys don't cry. Boys don't cry. I do know that. I do know that. Guess who I am? Guess who I am? Tom let me go. Tom let me go. Memorize this. Memorize this. Press any key. Press any key. They said yes. They said yes. Tom eyed Mary. Tom eyed Mary. Tom was witty. Tom was witty. Open the gate. Open the gate. Bring Tom here. Bring Tom here. You're boring. You're boring. Come down here. Come down here. Leave at once. Leave at once. We were tired. We were tired. You don't say. You don't say. Come back soon. Come back soon. Tom got a job. Tom got a job. Were you sick? Were you sick? Tom turned 13. Tom turned 13. Read it aloud. Read it aloud. They're women. They're women. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. What can I do? What can I do? We were wrong. We were wrong. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? I feel cheated. I feel cheated. He is my uncle. He is my uncle. Do you deny it? Do you deny it? Were you sick? Were you sick? Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Who loves who? Who loves who? Be nice to her. Be nice to her. He scolded her. He scolded her. I kept digging. I kept digging. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. We've done okay. We've done okay. Enter the room. Enter the room. He's very open. He's very open. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. We must leave. We must leave. I brought wine. I brought wine. You should go. You should go. Do as Tom says. Do as Tom says. This is water. This is water. Bring Tom here. Bring Tom here. I cut the rope. I cut the rope. Go wake Tom up. Go wake Tom up. Tom will fail. Tom will fail. Tom has money. Tom has money. Do you need me? Do you need me? Let Tom sleep. Let Tom sleep. She looks sad. She looks sad. Don't be crude. Don't be crude. Tom is a mime. Tom is a mime. Let's get out. Let's get out. Can you cancel? Can you cancel? Are you unwell? Are you unwell? May I go, too? May I go, too? Tom called me. Tom called me. We're winning. We're winning. Could you help? Could you help? They hate you. They hate you. We're on time. We're on time. You're insane. You're insane. Tom should go. Tom should go. I just met him. I just met him. Do you need it? Do you need it? Go and ask Tom. Go and ask Tom. Okay, I'll help. Okay, I'll help. Tom's joking. Tom's joking. Tom likes him. Tom likes him. Never give up. Never give up. I called again. I called again. I have no kids. I have no kids. Go to the park. Go to the park. Tom went nuts. Tom went nuts. I hope you die. I hope you die. Show it to me. Show it to me. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. May I go, too? May I go, too? Can't you sing? Can't you sing? Go back inside. Go back inside. They're armed. They're armed. Stop dreaming. Stop dreaming. Don't call Tom. Don't call Tom. He lay face up. He lay face up. Can I see that? Can I see that? I believed you. I believed you. We need proof. We need proof. You must stop. You must stop. Show it to me. Show it to me. Don't say that. Don't say that. That was mine. That was mine. You smell bad. You smell bad. Tom is nearby. Tom is nearby. Do as Tom says. Do as Tom says. We're dancing. We're dancing. You may enter. You may enter. This is a wig. This is a wig. I have a beard. I have a beard. Hand me my hat. Hand me my hat. Don't buy that. Don't buy that. We won't bite. We won't bite. Who's fasting? Who's fasting? When was that? When was that? Mary is a fox. Mary is a fox. I brought mine. I brought mine. We found them. We found them. Tom left home. Tom left home. Can I join you? Can I join you? Tom was proud. Tom was proud. Tom exercised. Tom exercised. I had a stroke. I had a stroke. We've seen it. We've seen it. Don't you care? Don't you care? They're right. They're right. Don't call Tom. Don't call Tom. He admired her. He admired her. Tom is biased. Tom is biased. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Tom can skate. Tom can skate. Did you buy it? Did you buy it? Have some more. Have some more. Bring a camera. Bring a camera. Tom is okay now. Tom is okay now. Don't go there. Don't go there. You are lying. You are lying. I hated Boston. I hated Boston. I couldn't see. I couldn't see. We didn't win. We didn't win. We're staying. We're staying. My knee hurts. My knee hurts. Don't force it. Don't force it. I brought mine. I brought mine. Don't force it. Don't force it. Take only one. Take only one. You needed me. You needed me. Tom went home. Tom went home. You're biased. You're biased. That's absurd. That's absurd. Aren't you hot? Aren't you hot? Leave it here. Leave it here. You need help. You need help. Tom was irked. Tom was irked. Tom ate a bug. Tom ate a bug. I brought mine. I brought mine. I have a fever. I have a fever. Bring her here. Bring her here. Can I kiss you? Can I kiss you? Stop babbling. Stop babbling. Do we know you? Do we know you? I can bring it. I can bring it. Close the door. Close the door. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Don't kill Tom. Don't kill Tom. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. That's simple. That's simple. You're stupid. You're stupid. Call your wife. Call your wife. Open the gate. Open the gate. You are lying. You are lying. Come home soon. Come home soon. You're strong. You're strong. Go talk to Tom. Go talk to Tom. That's a pipe. That's a pipe. Tom's cooking. Tom's cooking. This is a hoe. This is a hoe. Go get changed. Go get changed. Tom called us. Tom called us. Let Tom sleep. Let Tom sleep. We're trapped. We're trapped. He's very fast. He's very fast. You look good. You look good. Can I sit here? Can I sit here? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Did I say that? Did I say that? We can buy it. We can buy it. Men never cry. Men never cry. Speak clearly. Speak clearly. Tom disagreed. Tom disagreed. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. Here's the bus. Here's the bus. I don't use it. I don't use it. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. This is yours. This is yours. Who found Tom? Who found Tom? Take this one. Take this one. Do you do yoga? Do you do yoga? Put that back. Put that back. He doesn't lie. He doesn't lie. How old is Tom? How old is Tom? Go wake Tom up. Go wake Tom up. Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? They're drunk. They're drunk. Now we can go. Now we can go. I bought a hat. I bought a hat. We killed Tom. We killed Tom. Does Tom dance? Does Tom dance? Tom was vague. Tom was vague. Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? We are hungry. We are hungry. Tom was brave. Tom was brave. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your day. Tom is polite. Tom is polite. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? We didn't ask. We didn't ask. Don't stop now. Don't stop now. I call him Tom. I call him Tom. Let's ask him. Let's ask him. We have a map. We have a map. You are wrong. You are wrong. He was in pain. He was in pain. This one's okay. This one's okay. Are you scared? Are you scared? Tom was tense. Tom was tense. He slapped her. He slapped her. I have the flu. I have the flu. Don't fire Tom. Don't fire Tom. Tom was frank. Tom was frank. Tom passed by. Tom passed by. Are we sinking? Are we sinking? Were you sick? Were you sick? Don't you know? Don't you know? You're direct. You're direct. You will fail. You will fail. Tell everyone. Tell everyone. Lock the door. Lock the door. Tom was sober. Tom was sober. I came to help. I came to help. How's your leg? How's your leg? Show it to me. Show it to me. Mom, I'm home. Mom, I'm home. Now calm down. Now calm down. Tom just died. Tom just died. I hurt my back. I hurt my back. Give me my bag. Give me my bag. Tom won't pay. Tom won't pay. Tom is inside. Tom is inside. We met before. We met before. Hug Tom for me. Hug Tom for me. I hate lawyers. I hate lawyers. They're lying. They're lying. Tom is a cook. Tom is a cook. Tom was lying. Tom was lying. Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty. He sang a song. He sang a song. I deserve more. I deserve more. Who said that? Who said that? He wants to go. He wants to go. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? Get the camera. Get the camera. That's unfair. That's unfair. You may begin. You may begin. Tom can't win. Tom can't win. Summer's over. Summer's over. Are you coming? Are you coming? Tom paid cash. Tom paid cash. He's an animal. He's an animal. He can't drive. He can't drive. She had twins. She had twins. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Throw it away. Throw it away. You could die. You could die. Tom is absent. Tom is absent. You're joking. You're joking. Open the gate. Open the gate. She hated him. She hated him. Let's go away. Let's go away. Let's do that. Let's do that. Ask my friends. Ask my friends. You dozed off. You dozed off. Did you see it? Did you see it? Who hates you? Who hates you? Get everything. Get everything. She runs fast. She runs fast. You're modest. You're modest. I corrected it. I corrected it. Take this one. Take this one. You're my son. You're my son. Tom is famous. Tom is famous. Tom's leaving. Tom's leaving. He counts fast. He counts fast. You should go. You should go. I don't recall. I don't recall. How's your son? How's your son? That's lovely. That's lovely. Drop your guns. Drop your guns. He's a slacker. He's a slacker. You are wrong. You are wrong. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Get on a horse. Get on a horse. Tom was young. Tom was young. We're buddies. We're buddies. Take us there. Take us there. Do you need it? Do you need it? I am off today. I am off today. Tom scares me. Tom scares me. Try eating it. Try eating it. You're a slob. You're a slob. Let me try it. Let me try it. You were seen. You were seen. You look pale. You look pale. Listen to Tom. Listen to Tom. Stay together. Stay together. Untie the dog. Untie the dog. You have wine. You have wine. We got the okay. We got the okay. You just rest. You just rest. Tom is normal. Tom is normal. We're trapped. We're trapped. Does Tom do it? Does Tom do it? I just woke up. I just woke up. He went skiing. He went skiing. You look lost. You look lost. They're wrong. They're wrong. I almost cried. I almost cried. You'd love it. You'd love it. That's a tree. That's a tree. You're a nerd. You're a nerd. You can't win. You can't win. Tom could die. Tom could die. Open the gate. Open the gate. Tom went back. Tom went back. You're clever. You're clever. We won't tell. We won't tell. Tom needs you. Tom needs you. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Throw it away. Throw it away. Bring the kids. Bring the kids. I admit I lost. I admit I lost. I am very tall. I am very tall. Let's move on. Let's move on. Tom should go. Tom should go. Now means now. Now means now. We want peace. We want peace. Come on, do it. Come on, do it. We're shocked. We're shocked. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. We were lucky. We were lucky. Tom guided us. Tom guided us. I have a dream. I have a dream. Send it to me. Send it to me. Who'll buy it? Who'll buy it? Get the camera. Get the camera. She obeys him. She obeys him. Make your bed. Make your bed. Tom was livid. Tom was livid. I hurried home. I hurried home. Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? He has a beard. He has a beard. Tom, I'm back. Tom, I'm back. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Catch the ball. Catch the ball. You need this. You need this. His son is ill. His son is ill. I hate Sundays. I hate Sundays. Don't cry, Tom. Don't cry, Tom. Has it arrived? Has it arrived? Play it again. Play it again. That's clever. That's clever. How much is it? How much is it? Take only one. Take only one. That's stupid. That's stupid. Throw it away. Throw it away. You're clever. You're clever. I did say that. I did say that. I enjoy skiing. I enjoy skiing. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. That was loud. That was loud. I hate dancing. I hate dancing. My phone died. My phone died. Learn Italian. Learn Italian. You may enter. You may enter. Does this hurt? Does this hurt? The cow mooed. The cow mooed. Let me finish. Let me finish. Straighten up. Straighten up. How do we help? How do we help? We want to go. We want to go. I have a hunch. I have a hunch. This is chess. This is chess. Shake my hand. Shake my hand. They saved us. They saved us. Everybody lies. Everybody lies. Tom was dying. Tom was dying. I brought mine. I brought mine. He's a florist. He's a florist. I feel useless. I feel useless. Tom walked on. Tom walked on. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? I hope you win. I hope you win. That's my dad. That's my dad. Check with Tom. Check with Tom. Tom isn't fat. Tom isn't fat. Tom found one. Tom found one. He has left us. He has left us. I hate jogging. I hate jogging. Switch it off. Switch it off. You'll go far. You'll go far. Tom, I'm here. Tom, I'm here. Ours is worse. Ours is worse. Tom walked in. Tom walked in. Bring it to me. Bring it to me. Deal with this. Deal with this. We're doctors. We're doctors. Do you love me? Do you love me? My cat is big. My cat is big. He has a beard. He has a beard. I have to know. I have to know. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Can I call you? Can I call you? Tom is 30. Tom is 30. Can you fix it? Can you fix it? Stop bragging. Stop bragging. This is bread. This is bread. You're normal. You're normal. Let Tom speak. Let Tom speak. Can I call you? Can I call you? Please listen. Please listen. Tom won again. Tom won again. Get me the key. Get me the key. I brought mine. I brought mine. I became angry. I became angry. Can I see, too? Can I see, too? Don't be a pig. Don't be a pig. Here's my room. Here's my room. We're thirsty. We're thirsty. We're stumped. We're stumped. You smell bad. You smell bad. Did you all go? Did you all go? We won't come. We won't come. May we go now? May we go now? You're a snob. You're a snob. We could wait. We could wait. We're resting. We're resting. Shake my hand. Shake my hand. Give it to her. Give it to her. I can hear you. I can hear you. You look busy. You look busy. Tom heard you. Tom heard you. That isn't it. That isn't it. Can we come in? Can we come in? Tom loved you. Tom loved you. Tom also came. Tom also came. We want a car. We want a car. I deserve this. I deserve this. Tom knows him. Tom knows him. They're empty. They're empty. Drop your guns. Drop your guns. Here they come. Here they come. They hate Tom. They hate Tom. Tom stammered. Tom stammered. Who asked you? Who asked you? Can I go first? Can I go first? Be nice to her. Be nice to her. You were mine. You were mine. How is it made? How is it made? Get off my car. Get off my car. Deal the cards. Deal the cards. You were sick. You were sick. Cash is better. Cash is better. I had a choice. I had a choice. You're famous. You're famous. Tom's unarmed. Tom's unarmed. We'll make it. We'll make it. Enter the room. Enter the room. A beer, please. A beer, please. Come back soon. Come back soon. Bring Tom here. Bring Tom here. Can I go first? Can I go first? She needs you. She needs you. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. I didn't study. I didn't study. We're lawyers. We're lawyers. Tie your shoe. Tie your shoe. Who was right? Who was right? Give me a hint. Give me a hint. Tom obeyed me. Tom obeyed me. He's a slacker. He's a slacker. We were ready. We were ready. You're strong. You're strong. Why blame Tom? Why blame Tom? They may come. They may come. Were you busy? Were you busy? I brought mine. I brought mine. I hope you win. I hope you win. Hi, come on in. Hi, come on in. We'll ask Tom. We'll ask Tom. You're so old. You're so old. We called Tom. We called Tom. I just want it. I just want it. We don't know. We don't know. Does Tom drink? Does Tom drink? Do you like it? Do you like it? Take that one. Take that one. Don't eat this. Don't eat this. That's a boat. That's a boat. Come over here. Come over here. Can you fix it? Can you fix it? Tom may leave. Tom may leave. Take him away. Take him away. Have some cake. Have some cake. You want this. You want this. Mary is weird. Mary is weird. Aren't you sad? Aren't you sad? They all rose. They all rose. Should I stay? Should I stay? Tom liked you. Tom liked you. We warned Tom. We warned Tom. Close the door. Close the door. They hate you. They hate you. Pass the salt. Pass the salt. Fishing is fun. Fishing is fun. Which is mine? Which is mine? I had a mishap. I had a mishap. You don't say. You don't say. Did we make it? Did we make it? Go wake Tom up. Go wake Tom up. My dog ate it. My dog ate it. He's an outlaw. He's an outlaw. He walked home. He walked home. Nobody called. Nobody called. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Tom is hiding. Tom is hiding. Now try again. Now try again. Give me a call. Give me a call. You're insane. You're insane. You failed. You failed. This is yours. This is yours. Am I a suspect? Am I a suspect? You're unfair. You're unfair. He sold us out. He sold us out. Have you slept? Have you slept? My hair's wet. My hair's wet. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Don't stand up. Don't stand up. Tom knew Mary. Tom knew Mary. Tom loves art. Tom loves art. Make your bed. Make your bed. How is it made? How is it made? Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. Take the keys. Take the keys. My hand hurts. My hand hurts. I have a ranch. I have a ranch. Start singing. Start singing. They're stuck. They're stuck. You're so old. You're so old. Did Tom finish? Did Tom finish? I didn't do it. I didn't do it. We've done it. We've done it. What'll it be? What'll it be? Turn the page. Turn the page. Tom won today. Tom won today. I got no reply. I got no reply. I arrived last. I arrived last. Start running. Start running. I couldn't see. I couldn't see. Read it again. Read it again. Give me my bag. Give me my bag. Brace yourself. Brace yourself. You scared me. You scared me. Tom will live. Tom will live. Open the hood. Open the hood. Dogs are smart. Dogs are smart. She went home. She went home. Tom had a dog. Tom had a dog. We're engaged. We're engaged. What about us? What about us? Let's move it. Let's move it. Now calm down. Now calm down. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? I hate ironing. I hate ironing. Let's go, Tom. Let's go, Tom. You are drunk. You are drunk. Avoid clichés. Avoid clichés. There is hope. There is hope. We must check. We must check. Stop shooting. Stop shooting. Use your fist. Use your fist. Tom is dozing. Tom is dozing. We stopped it. We stopped it. Our team lost. Our team lost. Breathe deeply. Breathe deeply. Good work, Tom. Good work, Tom. They're yours. They're yours. Copy this file. Copy this file. Tom set me up. Tom set me up. Put that back. Put that back. Take him away. Take him away. Tom hates you. Tom hates you. Listen to Tom. Listen to Tom. I can't log in. I can't log in. Get everything. Get everything. Red suits you. Red suits you. Have you eaten? Have you eaten? Sweep my room. Sweep my room. Don't say that. Don't say that. Listen to Tom. Listen to Tom. Wait till 6. Wait till 6. Stop scowling. Stop scowling. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. You might win. You might win. You're stupid. You're stupid. She wants him. She wants him. Suit yourself. Suit yourself. Shake my hand. Shake my hand. We were lucky. We were lucky. Tom is skinny. Tom is skinny. Tom let us in. Tom let us in. Give it to him. Give it to him. I gave my word. I gave my word. We work there. We work there. We'll succeed. We'll succeed. I have amnesia. I have amnesia. Don't sing yet. Don't sing yet. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Cats are weird. Cats are weird. Blow your nose. Blow your nose. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. You're insane. You're insane. I have friends. I have friends. He has a video. He has a video. We admire you. We admire you. Tom snoring. Tom snoring. You could try. You could try. He scolded her. He scolded her. Tom's arrived. Tom's arrived. Don't jump yet. Don't jump yet. Go wake Tom up. Go wake Tom up. Leave it here. Leave it here. Tom adores me. Tom adores me. Bring it to me. Bring it to me. We caught Tom. We caught Tom. You're unfair. You're unfair. Take a cookie. Take a cookie. Tom didn't go. Tom didn't go. Tom applauded. Tom applauded. We're useless. We're useless. Stand at ease. Stand at ease. Tom's outside. Tom's outside. Does that hurt? Does that hurt? Wake the kids. Wake the kids. I fell in love. I fell in love. I had to hurry. I had to hurry. Tom scared us. Tom scared us. You're a liar. You're a liar. You might win. You might win. Give it to her. Give it to her. Sit down, Tom. Sit down, Tom. That's doable. That's doable. My foot hurts. My foot hurts. They're young. They're young. They know you. They know you. Tom got dizzy. Tom got dizzy. My back aches. My back aches. We took a cab. We took a cab. Bring her here. Bring her here. She had twins. She had twins. Stop bragging. Stop bragging. I had jeans on. I had jeans on. You're skinny. You're skinny. They're green. They're green. Show it to us. Show it to us. Tom was moody. Tom was moody. Tom signed in. Tom signed in. I feel useless. I feel useless. I just arrived. I just arrived. I hate riddles. I hate riddles. How was Boston? How was Boston? Tom turned 13. Tom turned 13. He looked back. He looked back. Both are alive. Both are alive. Tom let me in. Tom let me in. Who hired Tom? Who hired Tom? Can I kiss you? Can I kiss you? He has no fear. He has no fear. All three died. All three died. How's your job? How's your job? I hope you die. I hope you die. No one saw us. No one saw us. I did have fun. I did have fun. She had twins. She had twins. Tom had to go. Tom had to go. Pick any card. Pick any card. Read it again. Read it again. She hated him. She hated him. You're clever. You're clever. May I see Tom? May I see Tom? Don't waste it. Don't waste it. Tom is hungry. Tom is hungry. Can I kiss you? Can I kiss you? Let's go, Tom. Let's go, Tom. Did you see it? Did you see it? He is not here. He is not here. We tried that. We tried that. Go and ask Tom. Go and ask Tom. I have hiccups. I have hiccups. Tom is unfair. Tom is unfair. I feel strange. I feel strange. This is an axe. This is an axe. Sit down, Tom. Sit down, Tom. Tom's wounded. Tom's wounded. You'd love it. You'd love it. Don't stop now. Don't stop now. Can't you read? Can't you read? Bring Tom here. Bring Tom here. Say something. Say something. You're insane. You're insane. I hate secrets. I hate secrets. Owls are cute. Owls are cute. Don't complain. Don't complain. I have a guest. I have a guest. I keep my word. I keep my word. Tom was cruel. Tom was cruel. I ate a banana. I ate a banana. Tom has a map. Tom has a map. Tom has money. Tom has money. Tom is chubby. Tom is chubby. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. They had some. They had some. I brought mine. I brought mine. We fixed that. We fixed that. I am a shy boy. I am a shy boy. He has to come. He has to come. Stop bragging. Stop bragging. She helps him. She helps him. Were you sick? Were you sick? Tom whispered. Tom whispered. She loves him. She loves him. Check everyone. Check everyone. He is a genius. He is a genius. Where were we? Where were we? Don't mind Tom. Don't mind Tom. Do as you like. Do as you like. They are dead. They are dead. Do you recycle? Do you recycle? Tom is lonely. Tom is lonely. Show it to us. Show it to us. Go back to bed. Go back to bed. Are they armed? Are they armed? That's enough. That's enough. Stop frowning. Stop frowning. You're boring. You're boring. Can you cancel? Can you cancel? No, you can't. No, you can't. Let's get out. Let's get out. Do you like me? Do you like me? What ails you? What ails you? Start singing. Start singing. She just left. She just left. Tom will talk. Tom will talk. Why be afraid? Why be afraid? Open the gate. Open the gate. I bought those. I bought those. I ate them all. I ate them all. I have a child. I have a child. We're married. We're married. I came for you. I came for you. Come over here. Come over here. Please fix it. Please fix it. What did I do? What did I do? I can help Tom. I can help Tom. Don't fall off. Don't fall off. You were seen. You were seen. You must rest. You must rest. You're insane. You're insane. Do it your way. Do it your way. This is wrong. This is wrong. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Do as you want. Do as you want. Go to bed, Tom. Go to bed, Tom. Tom should go. Tom should go. Are you coming? Are you coming? Tom can drive. Tom can drive. We were alone. We were alone. Tom's a drunk. Tom's a drunk. We warned Tom. We warned Tom. They fixed it. They fixed it. You look ugly. You look ugly. Where is that? Where is that? Be kind to Tom. Be kind to Tom. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. He's a samurai. He's a samurai. Tom will come. Tom will come. You'd like it. You'd like it. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. Was Tom fired? Was Tom fired? Tom's winning. Tom's winning. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Tom abstained. Tom abstained. Tom had a cat. Tom had a cat. I came for Tom. I came for Tom. You're strong. You're strong. Does that hurt? Does that hurt? Tom's sincere. Tom's sincere. What about us? What about us? Use your fist. Use your fist. Let's go home. Let's go home. I hate tattoos. I hate tattoos. How about that? How about that? Can I tell Tom? Can I tell Tom? How deep is it? How deep is it? Tom's married. Tom's married. I despised Tom. I despised Tom. I feel so cold. I feel so cold. I had to hurry. I had to hurry. Are you hiring? Are you hiring? Give me a hand. Give me a hand. Stand up, Tom. Stand up, Tom. Tom wore this. Tom wore this. Tom is afraid. Tom is afraid. Tom scared me. Tom scared me. They all left. They all left. Tom was smart. Tom was smart. Don't be naive. Don't be naive. You're losing. You're losing. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Has Tom called? Has Tom called? Can we keep it? Can we keep it? Give me a ride. Give me a ride. He has changed. He has changed. Can I have one? Can I have one? I couldn't see. I couldn't see. Tom has a key. Tom has a key. My dog is big. My dog is big. Bring a camera. Bring a camera. Don't tease me. Don't tease me. Can we keep it? Can we keep it? I have sisters. I have sisters. Tom's yelling. Tom's yelling. My head hurts. My head hurts. We're jealous. We're jealous. Drop me a line. Drop me a line. Did you say 30? Did you say 30? Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Come down here. Come down here. They all left. They all left. We're related. We're related. My head hurts. My head hurts. Tom's packing. Tom's packing. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Who says that? Who says that? Let's risk it. Let's risk it. Tom sang well. Tom sang well. What about us? What about us? Can't you swim? Can't you swim? He can't drive. He can't drive. Be careful, okay. Be careful, okay. Which is mine? Which is mine? Show it to us. Show it to us. Add more water. Add more water. Suit yourself. Suit yourself. Allow me to go. Allow me to go. Go to the park. Go to the park. Can't you sing? Can't you sing? We need to go. We need to go. Tom knew that. Tom knew that. Tom confessed. Tom confessed. Tom found one. Tom found one. Get everything. Get everything. I brought mine. I brought mine. We are doomed. We are doomed. He loves music. He loves music. Come back soon. Come back soon. Stop that now. Stop that now. Who says that? Who says that? You're a liar. You're a liar. Take Tom home. Take Tom home. Hey, come here. Hey, come here. They're bored. They're bored. Do you hate me? Do you hate me? Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty. I feel a draft. I feel a draft. Give me a week. Give me a week. I got divorced. I got divorced. Can I join you? Can I join you? I don't recall. I don't recall. Take the keys. Take the keys. Tom soon died. Tom soon died. I broke my arm. I broke my arm. Have you eaten? Have you eaten? Tom is joking. Tom is joking. Do it your way. Do it your way. Tom is buying. Tom is buying. Read it aloud. Read it aloud. Let Tom leave. Let Tom leave. Tom succeeded. Tom succeeded. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. He sells fruit. He sells fruit. We will fight. We will fight. Don't you know? Don't you know? Bring Tom over. Bring Tom over. Tom loves you. Tom loves you. I hate dieting. I hate dieting. Tom disagreed. Tom disagreed. Autumn is here. Autumn is here. Take a ticket. Take a ticket. Symptoms vary. Symptoms vary. Tom's cooking. Tom's cooking. We'll be here. We'll be here. My dog ate it. My dog ate it. Hide the money. Hide the money. Read it aloud. Read it aloud. We've arrived. We've arrived. That's theirs. That's theirs. Don't be crazy. Don't be crazy. You look pale. You look pale. Give me a sign. Give me a sign. They were wet. They were wet. Never give up. Never give up. Men are cruel. Men are cruel. He disappeared. He disappeared. Don't sing, okay. Don't sing, okay. Tell me again. Tell me again. I didn't argue. I didn't argue. I have 13 cats. I have 13 cats. I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep. Was I snoring? Was I snoring? Hug Tom for me. Hug Tom for me. What do I owe? What do I owe? Tom was tipsy. Tom was tipsy. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. How old is Tom? How old is Tom? Can we do this? Can we do this? Don't go there. Don't go there. I glanced back. I glanced back. Tom does that. Tom does that. Tom might cry. Tom might cry. Can I go first? Can I go first? Was it a joke? Was it a joke? I hate parties. I hate parties. Do you have it? Do you have it? How deep is it? How deep is it? They went out. They went out. Tom got fined. Tom got fined. He has left us. He has left us. We love pizza. We love pizza. Tom was vague. Tom was vague. Put that back. Put that back. We need tools. We need tools. Tom protested. Tom protested. We're touched. We're touched. Act like a man. Act like a man. Did Tom see us? Did Tom see us? Will you sing? Will you sing? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Are you polite? Are you polite? Mary is a nun. Mary is a nun. Thanks anyway. Thanks anyway. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. Do you love me? Do you love me? Take that one. Take that one. I got divorced. I got divorced. Let me see it. Let me see it. You know this. You know this. Does Tom do it? Does Tom do it? Tom was a spy. Tom was a spy. Tom is online. Tom is online. Let's risk it. Let's risk it. They had guns. They had guns. Tom denied it. Tom denied it. Bring a shovel. Bring a shovel. I came on foot. I came on foot. They're angry. They're angry. He seems angry. He seems angry. Get me the key. Get me the key. He looked well. He looked well. Come back soon. Come back soon. Send me there. Send me there. Do you have it? Do you have it? You were sick. You were sick. Tom overdosed. Tom overdosed. Let's get one. Let's get one. Call your wife. Call your wife. Do you miss it? Do you miss it? How time flies. How time flies. Heads or tails. Heads or tails. Take this one. Take this one. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Don't hurt Tom. Don't hurt Tom. Am I safe here? Am I safe here? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? I followed you. I followed you. Stop that car. Stop that car. I have an idea. I have an idea. Tom helped us. Tom helped us. He looks young. He looks young. Stop shooting. Stop shooting. Tonal change. Tonal change. Where were we? Where were we? They're wrong. They're wrong. Do you need it? Do you need it? I hate Sundays. I hate Sundays. Make me happy. Make me happy. Do you miss me? Do you miss me? Did you say 30? Did you say 30? That's my dad. That's my dad. Did you use it? Did you use it? Didn't Tom win? Didn't Tom win? Are you insane? Are you insane? Read it again. Read it again. Tom's fainted. Tom's fainted. Throw it away. Throw it away. Can you juggle? Can you juggle? They'll dance. They'll dance. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your day. Now you do it. Now you do it. You're my age. You're my age. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Open the safe. Open the safe. You will lose. You will lose. Drop your guns. Drop your guns. Sit beside me. Sit beside me. Hit the brakes. Hit the brakes. Don't call Tom. Don't call Tom. They all know. They all know. Can't you sing? Can't you sing? You're my age. You're my age. Do you know me? Do you know me? Are you famous? Are you famous? Tom got a job. Tom got a job. Don't be naive. Don't be naive. He dislikes me. He dislikes me. We dug a hole. We dug a hole. Tom's unarmed. Tom's unarmed. Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. How's your leg? How's your leg? Did you forget? Did you forget? Tom fooled us. Tom fooled us. You failed. You failed. Tom is upbeat. Tom is upbeat. Don't buy that. Don't buy that. Did Tom see us? Did Tom see us? I followed you. I followed you. He is my enemy. He is my enemy. Do you do yoga? Do you do yoga? I eat tomatoes. I eat tomatoes. Tom needs you. Tom needs you. Read after me. Read after me. I grew up here. I grew up here. They fixed it. They fixed it. No one met us. No one met us. Go and ask Tom. Go and ask Tom. What's inside? What's inside? Did I break it? Did I break it? I am a student. I am a student. I got into bed. I got into bed. He drives fast. He drives fast. Put it on ice. Put it on ice. Can I touch it? Can I touch it? We're curious. We're curious. Start writing. Start writing. Read it aloud. Read it aloud. We need rules. We need rules. You look sick. You look sick. Should I come? Should I come? You are crazy. You are crazy. Bring Tom back. Bring Tom back. Nobody called. Nobody called. Tom has goats. Tom has goats. They all died. They all died. Take this one. Take this one. Will you help? Will you help? Tom is modest. Tom is modest. Tom was bored. Tom was bored. Let's go back. Let's go back. Tom will call. Tom will call. Come back home. Come back home. Who found her? Who found her? Tom needed us. Tom needed us. Can I tell Tom? Can I tell Tom? Turn this off. Turn this off. Tom sat alone. Tom sat alone. Tom had a job. Tom had a job. Tom isn't fat. Tom isn't fat. I admit I lost. I admit I lost. Send Tom home. Send Tom home. Finish the job. Finish the job. Leave it here. Leave it here. Do it this way. Do it this way. Tom was livid. Tom was livid. Tom isn't old. Tom isn't old. Tom got taken. Tom got taken. You're famous. You're famous. Seal the room. Seal the room. Tom's violent. Tom's violent. I feel useless. I feel useless. Tom likes her. Tom likes her. Let's ask him. Let's ask him. I glanced back. I glanced back. Give it to Tom. Give it to Tom. They're going. They're going. Tom is so old. Tom is so old. Milk is white. Milk is white. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. May I ask why? May I ask why? We enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. I just woke up. I just woke up. Tom was hired. Tom was hired. I heard voices. I heard voices. Can I eat this? Can I eat this? I gave it back. I gave it back. We love trees. We love trees. You will fail. You will fail. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Tom was lucky. Tom was lucky. Can I touch it? Can I touch it? Stop scowling. Stop scowling. I can't use it. I can't use it. You should go. You should go. Show it to me. Show it to me. Brace yourself. Brace yourself. How's business? How's business? Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Tastes differ. Tastes differ. Don't be crazy. Don't be crazy. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. You need rest. You need rest. I got homesick. I got homesick. Stop frowning. Stop frowning. Stop frowning. Stop frowning. Take this one. Take this one. You're so bad. You're so bad. We're careful. We're careful. That's a doll. That's a doll. How lucky I am. How lucky I am. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Tell Tom that. Tell Tom that. Check with Tom. Check with Tom. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. We can buy it. We can buy it. You are drunk. You are drunk. I hated school. I hated school. Who's talking? Who's talking? Tom is strict. Tom is strict. Can't Tom swim? Can't Tom swim? Tom ate alone. Tom ate alone. You seem busy. You seem busy. I can call Tom. I can call Tom. Will you sing? Will you sing? Tom is humble. Tom is humble. Can you see me? Can you see me? You won't win. You won't win. Don't you know? Don't you know? What a relief. What a relief. Catch the ball. Catch the ball. Tom likes you. Tom likes you. You aren't me. You aren't me. Come on, do it. Come on, do it. Tom caught me. Tom caught me. Help Tom study. Help Tom study. Did we have it? Did we have it? I am too short. I am too short. Tom's worried. Tom's worried. Never do that. Never do that. Tom likes rum. Tom likes rum. Tom said that. Tom said that. Can I come too? Can I come too? I feel ashamed. I feel ashamed. Try your luck. Try your luck. This is weird. This is weird. He has to come. He has to come. Come back here. Come back here. He's Hungarian. He's Hungarian. I deserve that. I deserve that. Tom is better. Tom is better. Put that down. Put that down. He is not here. He is not here. Did you use it? Did you use it? Will Tom live? Will Tom live? Dad isn't home. Dad isn't home. We're puzzled. We're puzzled. We meant well. We meant well. We are at war. We are at war. Tom was moody. Tom was moody. He came by car. He came by car. Do you know me? Do you know me? I am a teacher. I am a teacher. How's your job? How's your job? Tom, hurry up. Tom, hurry up. Come over here. Come over here. Tom is eating. Tom is eating. You may leave. You may leave. He was at home. He was at home. Let's eat out. Let's eat out. Did you see it? Did you see it? Give it to her. Give it to her. How can I lose? How can I lose? Tom trusts me. Tom trusts me. Show it to me. Show it to me. May I ask why? May I ask why? Tom lost Mary. Tom lost Mary. I bought bread. I bought bread. Tom was naked. Tom was naked. Come down here. Come down here. She is French. She is French. Please let go. Please let go. We could read. We could read. Who found you? Who found you? Tom had a gun. Tom had a gun. Tom trusts us. Tom trusts us. They need you. They need you. You failed. You failed. May I go home? May I go home? You talk fast. You talk fast. He lost a book. He lost a book. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Do you know me? Do you know me? We're winning. We're winning. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Do you know us? Do you know us? Can you manage? Can you manage? We were drunk. We were drunk. Tom signed in. Tom signed in. Get everything. Get everything. This is syrup. This is syrup. Give it to him. Give it to him. I had a vision. I had a vision. The bell rang. The bell rang. We both snore. We both snore. We're in love. We're in love. She's dieting. She's dieting. That's a sign. That's a sign. I just met him. I just met him. Everybody lies. Everybody lies. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Can I tell Tom? Can I tell Tom? Tom is honest. Tom is honest. Don't sit here. Don't sit here. Cats are smart. Cats are smart. I hate walking. I hate walking. We need money. We need money. You were sick. You were sick. See you there. See you there. Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty. I came by taxi. I came by taxi. We missed you. We missed you. Check it again. Check it again. You're clever. You're clever. Stop spitting. Stop spitting. When do we go? When do we go? Did you forget? Did you forget? I gave it back. I gave it back. Tom ate lunch. Tom ate lunch. We'll need it. We'll need it. Show it to us. Show it to us. Can I call you? Can I call you? You look fine. You look fine. We'll both go. We'll both go. Everybody down. Everybody down. I can take Tom. I can take Tom. He flew a kite. He flew a kite. Don't close it. Don't close it. We'll be back. We'll be back. Come here, Tom. Come here, Tom. Tom succeeded. Tom succeeded. Here's the map. Here's the map. Give me a call. Give me a call. I got up early. I got up early. She is a twin. She is a twin. Start writing. Start writing. You were late. You were late. Put that back. Put that back. Who helps her? Who helps her? Tom bought it. Tom bought it. We can't stop. We can't stop. Don't be cruel. Don't be cruel. Please fix it. Please fix it. Do you promise? Do you promise? Are we on time? Are we on time? How high is it? How high is it? Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Are you scared? Are you scared? I am a redhead. I am a redhead. He's not going. He's not going. How are things? How are things? You are drunk. You are drunk. Tell everyone. Tell everyone. This is a pen. This is a pen. He's too drunk. He's too drunk. Use your head. Use your head. I did warn you. I did warn you. Tom went nuts. Tom went nuts. Buy me a snack. Buy me a snack. He likes money. He likes money. We have plans. We have plans. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Close the gate. Close the gate. They need him. They need him. Tom taught me. Tom taught me. I hate spinach. I hate spinach. Who's at home? Who's at home? Autumn is here. Autumn is here. He can't drive. He can't drive. Try and do it. Try and do it. Brace yourself. Brace yourself. Tom is dozing. Tom is dozing. Tom is a hero. Tom is a hero. Are you famous? Are you famous? Tom dozed off. Tom dozed off. Are you single? Are you single? Tom was tough. Tom was tough. Tom's too fat. Tom's too fat. That's a risk. That's a risk. Tom earned it. Tom earned it. Who's with me? Who's with me? Stay with Tom. Stay with Tom. We're leaving. We're leaving. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. He became rich. He became rich. The girls won. The girls won. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. How wide is it? How wide is it? I fear nothing. I fear nothing. Call a plumber. Call a plumber. You got lucky. You got lucky. He is bankrupt. He is bankrupt. You look pale. You look pale. Do you need me? Do you need me? Does that help? Does that help? Get everything. Get everything. Read it to me. Read it to me. That's doable. That's doable. We drank beer. We drank beer. I did love Tom. I did love Tom. Tom got bored. Tom got bored. We're so busy. We're so busy. That's a fact. That's a fact. Did I break it? Did I break it? You are wrong. You are wrong. Stop worrying. Stop worrying. Tom's retired. Tom's retired. I admit I lost. I admit I lost. Tom looks ill. Tom looks ill. Tom was livid. Tom was livid. Are you coming? Are you coming? Wake up, dear. Wake up, dear. Did you see it? Did you see it? Lock the safe. Lock the safe. Things happen. Things happen. Tom is boring. Tom is boring. You are wrong. You are wrong. Did you see it? Did you see it? Send it to me. Send it to me. Why am I here? Why am I here? Pick a number. Pick a number. Did you go out? Did you go out? Don't be cruel. Don't be cruel. See you later. See you later. I have no home. I have no home. He doesn't lie. He doesn't lie. Who was there? Who was there? Have some more. Have some more. You're strict. You're strict. We're wealthy. We're wealthy. I drank a beer. I drank a beer. Let him do it. Let him do it. I have a cough. I have a cough. You're strict. You're strict. May I ask why? May I ask why? Don't run here. Don't run here. We had a plan. We had a plan. Tom will cook. Tom will cook. Stay with Tom. Stay with Tom. Tom loved you. Tom loved you. We'll be busy. We'll be busy. Who washed it? Who washed it? We can't swim. We can't swim. Tom is afraid. Tom is afraid. I changed that. I changed that. Let me try it. Let me try it. Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty. Can you fix it? Can you fix it? We fixed that. We fixed that. What'll we do? What'll we do? Was it a joke? Was it a joke? I didn't leave. I didn't leave. Men don't cry. Men don't cry. You have mail. You have mail. We're baffled. We're baffled. We wonder why. We wonder why. Who's winning? Who's winning? Are you lonely? Are you lonely? They all died. They all died. Are you scared? Are you scared? They sat down. They sat down. You're insane. You're insane. Can you sit up? Can you sit up? They're alive. They're alive. He's all right. He's all right. We just moved. We just moved. Boil the water. Boil the water. He trusted you. He trusted you. The boat sank. The boat sank. You're boring. You're boring. You look pale. You look pale. She is crying. She is crying. Did it go well? Did it go well? Cats are weird. Cats are weird. Save yourself. Save yourself. They had guns. They had guns. Will you sing? Will you sing? Who found him? Who found him? Did you all go? Did you all go? I had to leave. I had to leave. Read it to me. Read it to me. You look pale. You look pale. Are you asleep? Are you asleep? How's your mom? How's your mom? We were bored. We were bored. You look fine. You look fine. We have to go. We have to go. Were you sick? Were you sick? Have you slept? Have you slept? Open the gate. Open the gate. You must rest. You must rest. Tom is a monk. Tom is a monk. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Tom was naive. Tom was naive. I followed him. I followed him. Keep the keys. Keep the keys. You scared us. You scared us. Tom runs fast. Tom runs fast. He likes jelly. He likes jelly. Do you miss it? Do you miss it? You look lost. You look lost. You're my age. You're my age. How deep is it? How deep is it? Tom will help. Tom will help. I couldn't see. I couldn't see. He is a doctor. He is a doctor. Do you love me? Do you love me? Don't tell Tom. Don't tell Tom. You must come. You must come. We've made it. We've made it. Tom likes him. Tom likes him. He also saw it. He also saw it. Don't stop him. Don't stop him. Dad isn't home. Dad isn't home. Take my horse. Take my horse. Call us a taxi. Call us a taxi. When's dinner? When's dinner? We want facts. We want facts. I go to school. I go to school. Don't sit here. Don't sit here. We're serious. We're serious. I can hear you. I can hear you. You look sick. You look sick. Let's go home. Let's go home. You're losing. You're losing. You're polite. You're polite. The sun is up. The sun is up. We love candy. We love candy. What did I do? What did I do? Tom rushed in. Tom rushed in. I can prove it. I can prove it. Let's go away. Let's go away. They need you. They need you. Now you do it. Now you do it. Did you buy it? Did you buy it? Make an offer. Make an offer. I hope you win. I hope you win. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Did I wake you? Did I wake you? Speak quietly. Speak quietly. Check with Tom. Check with Tom. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? I got up early. I got up early. Speak clearly. Speak clearly. We'll stop it. We'll stop it. You should go. You should go. I can fix that. I can fix that. Tom struck me. Tom struck me. I just woke up. I just woke up. You should go. You should go. Take this one. Take this one. Tom is better. Tom is better. Tom obeyed me. Tom obeyed me. Don't force it. Don't force it. They want Tom. They want Tom. We're unlucky. We're unlucky. Do as Tom asks. Do as Tom asks. You're biased. You're biased. Eat more fruit. Eat more fruit. We're engaged. We're engaged. I hate insects. I hate insects. What was that? What was that? I had to agree. I had to agree. We caught you. We caught you. We're too old. We're too old. Drink some tea. Drink some tea. He's ready now. He's ready now. Tom's waiting. Tom's waiting. Tom wants you. Tom wants you. Wait till 6. Wait till 6. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your day. Tom's leaving. Tom's leaving. Allow me to go. Allow me to go. Let Tom do it. Let Tom do it. He's too drunk. He's too drunk. He walked home. He walked home. Don't be cruel. Don't be cruel. I don't recall. I don't recall. Call your wife. Call your wife. Here's the key. Here's the key. Leave me half. Leave me half. You're wicked. You're wicked. Let Tom drive. Let Tom drive. Aren't you Tom? Aren't you Tom? That was mine. That was mine. Suit yourself. Suit yourself. How tall is he? How tall is he? Who asked you? Who asked you? You will help. You will help. Leave it open. Leave it open. Tom's waiting. Tom's waiting. Lock the gate. Lock the gate. Who hired you? Who hired you? This is a law. This is a law. You can't win. You can't win. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Cows eat grass. Cows eat grass. Don't be crazy. Don't be crazy. You must stay. You must stay. Do you want it? Do you want it? You will wait. You will wait. Should I sing? Should I sing? Tom ate a lot. Tom ate a lot. Come back here. Come back here. I came for you. I came for you. Go to the park. Go to the park. They'll be okay. They'll be okay. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. He learns fast. He learns fast. We will fight. We will fight. Lock the door. Lock the door. I ate a banana. I ate a banana. We're winners. We're winners. Here, try some. Here, try some. Stop scowling. Stop scowling. Are we leaving? Are we leaving? Put that back. Put that back. You framed me. You framed me. Tom was blind. Tom was blind. That's a copy. That's a copy. My neck hurts. My neck hurts. I can help you. I can help you. Tom's a klutz. Tom's a klutz. He could do it. He could do it. He is powerful. He is powerful. We have a dog. We have a dog. She overslept. She overslept. My back hurts. My back hurts. Open the hood. Open the hood. Tom is frugal. Tom is frugal. She can't ski. She can't ski. Drink some tea. Drink some tea. Can I sit down? Can I sit down? Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Red suits you. Red suits you. Do it this way. Do it this way. You're my age. You're my age. You're paying. You're paying. How's your son? How's your son? You scared us. You scared us. Put that back. Put that back. Tom remembers. Tom remembers. He plays there. He plays there. You must stop. You must stop. Who won today? Who won today? This was easy. This was easy. Throw it away. Throw it away. I can hear you. I can hear you. Do you hate me? Do you hate me? Tom needed it. Tom needed it. Tom let me in. Tom let me in. Put that back. Put that back. Flies lay eggs. Flies lay eggs. Suit yourself. Suit yourself. Tom heard you. Tom heard you. Take that one. Take that one. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Make me happy. Make me happy. Be a good girl. Be a good girl. I have no luck. I have no luck. Go to the park. Go to the park. Check with Tom. Check with Tom. Did you fix it? Did you fix it? That can't be. That can't be. You can relax. You can relax. I believed you. I believed you. He went abroad. He went abroad. You won't die. You won't die. She was brave. She was brave. I hope you die. I hope you die. Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. They're yours. They're yours. I hate my body. I hate my body. Brace yourself. Brace yourself. Who needs Tom? Who needs Tom? Tom will pass. Tom will pass. Stop drinking. Stop drinking. Drop me a line. Drop me a line. Now try again. Now try again. You look pale. You look pale. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. They know you. They know you. She just left. She just left. Night came on. Night came on. Do as you like. Do as you like. We'll go home. We'll go home. Let's go away. Let's go away. Don't be naive. Don't be naive. Stuff happens. Stuff happens. I hate tattoos. I hate tattoos. How's your leg? How's your leg? Don't you care? Don't you care? Let Tom speak. Let Tom speak. Nobody got up. Nobody got up. I caught a fly. I caught a fly. Who'll attend? Who'll attend? He was my boss. He was my boss. That can't be. That can't be. Try this milk. Try this milk. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. I hate carrots. I hate carrots. I hurt my foot. I hurt my foot. We never sing. We never sing. Tom likes you. Tom likes you. French is easy. French is easy. Come sit by me. Come sit by me. Show it to me. Show it to me. Let's move it. Let's move it. Did you use it? Did you use it? Tom's retired. Tom's retired. I have a horse. I have a horse. You're a star. You're a star. Come home soon. Come home soon. I couldn't run. I couldn't run. Take Tom home. Take Tom home. Do that for me. Do that for me. Obey your mom. Obey your mom. I hope you win. I hope you win. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. I didn't cheat. I didn't cheat. Are you insane? Are you insane? Birds scare me. Birds scare me. Eat this bread. Eat this bread. I feel for you. I feel for you. Do I look cool? Do I look cool? Do as you like. Do as you like. We hit a deer. We hit a deer. We understand. We understand. Come on inside. Come on inside. Do you hate me? Do you hate me? That's my cat. That's my cat. We're fasting. We're fasting. Tom got a job. Tom got a job. Bring it to me. Bring it to me. Are we leaving? Are we leaving? Don't be naive. Don't be naive. They're upset. They're upset. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Call me a taxi. Call me a taxi. I broke my leg. I broke my leg. You're joking. You're joking. Add some sugar. Add some sugar. Let's ask him. Let's ask him. Tom's jealous. Tom's jealous. You came back. You came back. May I come in? May I come in? We never lose. We never lose. Tom's singing. Tom's singing. He was thirsty. He was thirsty. How deep is it? How deep is it? We were tired. We were tired. I can't get up. I can't get up. Please fix it. Please fix it. Did you fix it? Did you fix it? Allow me to go. Allow me to go. You may speak. You may speak. I got expelled. I got expelled. Can I sit here? Can I sit here? We like games. We like games. You scared me. You scared me. I have a house. I have a house. Dancing is fun. Dancing is fun. Don't close it. Don't close it. Let's go back. Let's go back. We were tense. We were tense. Tom applauded. Tom applauded. Was Tom alone? Was Tom alone? Suit yourself. Suit yourself. That was mine. That was mine. Everybody sang. Everybody sang. Tom shot Mary. Tom shot Mary. Tom could win. Tom could win. I just met him. I just met him. Put that down. Put that down. Tom won't pay. Tom won't pay. We must speak. We must speak. We're on time. We're on time. Hurry up, guys. Hurry up, guys. Who succeeded? Who succeeded? Tom was ready. Tom was ready. Don't force it. Don't force it. Who hired Tom? Who hired Tom? I followed Tom. I followed Tom. Can I talk now? Can I talk now? We left early. We left early. Don't run away. Don't run away. We're shocked. We're shocked. I hate walking. I hate walking. Tom has a gun. Tom has a gun. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Lock the gate. Lock the gate. I hope you die. I hope you die. Who's thirsty? Who's thirsty? Tom raised me. Tom raised me. You're unfair. You're unfair. Take us there. Take us there. Tom's fainted. Tom's fainted. Eat less bread. Eat less bread. I didn't panic. I didn't panic. Wake the kids. Wake the kids. We were drunk. We were drunk. Don't be cruel. Don't be cruel. Put that away. Put that away. Do you have it? Do you have it? Tom came next. Tom came next. Who is absent? Who is absent? Tom is winded. Tom is winded. The cat froze. The cat froze. Tom was lucky. Tom was lucky. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. That can wait. That can wait. Show me again. Show me again. We're ashamed. We're ashamed. Tom had to go. Tom had to go. You need rest. You need rest. How's your dad? How's your dad? Don't be a pig. Don't be a pig. Are you asleep? Are you asleep? Tom might die. Tom might die. Aren't you Tom? Aren't you Tom? She looks sad. She looks sad. How's it going? How's it going? He's a big boy. He's a big boy. Who was where? Who was where? This is a dog. This is a dog. I can't go out. I can't go out. We didn't try. We didn't try. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Wait till 6. Wait till 6. Brr, it's cold. Brr, it's cold. Please fix it. Please fix it. The fuse blew. The fuse blew. Was Tom angry? Was Tom angry? Do it tomorrow. Do it tomorrow. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Don't hurt her. Don't hurt her. Give me a ride. Give me a ride. Get rid of her. Get rid of her. Tom lost face. Tom lost face. He's no doctor. He's no doctor. What an idiot. What an idiot. Do you hate me? Do you hate me? We saw it all. We saw it all. Tom can't ski. Tom can't ski. Leave the key. Leave the key. Does this hurt? Does this hurt? We can't stay. We can't stay. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? That'd be fun. That'd be fun. They're lying. They're lying. Can I see this? Can I see this? Check it again. Check it again. That's a myth. That's a myth. Tom is a baby. Tom is a baby. Did you see it? Did you see it? Do you mean us? Do you mean us? They trust me. They trust me. Bring her here. Bring her here. He's not going. He's not going. We want to go. We want to go. You're my age. You're my age. Some fish fly. Some fish fly. Give it to Tom. Give it to Tom. Deal with this. Deal with this. May I see him? May I see him? Can I sit down? Can I sit down? You're a hunk. You're a hunk. They hate Tom. They hate Tom. Are you insane? Are you insane? You're heroes. You're heroes. Write it down. Write it down. Tom did right. Tom did right. Tom is insane. Tom is insane. You must work. You must work. You can relax. You can relax. Can't you sing? Can't you sing? Take that one. Take that one. We're orphans. We're orphans. Suit yourself. Suit yourself. Can't you read? Can't you read? Tom was fired. Tom was fired. Only Tom left. Only Tom left. That's my dog. That's my dog. We like music. We like music. Give it to him. Give it to him. We'll need it. We'll need it. Watch closely. Watch closely. Avoid clichés. Avoid clichés. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. Do you mean me? Do you mean me? Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Everyone slept. Everyone slept. Tom is normal. Tom is normal. I feel honored. I feel honored. Read it aloud. Read it aloud. We both agree. We both agree. Bring a camera. Bring a camera. They're going. They're going. They will die. They will die. Never do that. Never do that. We're men now. We're men now. Will you swim? Will you swim? I believed you. I believed you. Who's winning? Who's winning? She went home. She went home. Water, please. Water, please. He also saw it. He also saw it. You should go. You should go. They need Tom. They need Tom. Nobody's busy. Nobody's busy. Take only one. Take only one. You won't win. You won't win. Were you hurt? Were you hurt? Keep the keys. Keep the keys. Do as Tom says. Do as Tom says. Tom knew this. Tom knew this. Hold Tom tight. Hold Tom tight. He came by bus. He came by bus. Tom is crying. Tom is crying. Now follow me. Now follow me. Bring me money. Bring me money. Tom bought it. Tom bought it. What a bummer. What a bummer. I have to stay. I have to stay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. My back hurts. My back hurts. I hate you all. I hate you all. Pick a number. Pick a number. I had to smile. I had to smile. Here is a book. Here is a book. Whose is this? Whose is this? Tom missed us. Tom missed us. Take a shower. Take a shower. How's your job? How's your job? Nobody's home. Nobody's home. Tom just came. Tom just came. You know this. You know this. Come back home. Come back home. She is strong. She is strong. Were you shot? Were you shot? Give Tom a hat. Give Tom a hat. Tom felt safe. Tom felt safe. Tom knows him. Tom knows him. Call a plumber. Call a plumber. I insulted Tom. I insulted Tom. Tom warned us. Tom warned us. Tom was harsh. Tom was harsh. I am a teacher. I am a teacher. Cats are smart. Cats are smart. They found it. They found it. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. Tom is skiing. Tom is skiing. Cows eat grass. Cows eat grass. Get the camera. Get the camera. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Don't be crazy. Don't be crazy. Are you hiding? Are you hiding? Tom came home. Tom came home. How disgusting. How disgusting. I helped a lot. I helped a lot. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. I finally left. I finally left. Tom had a gun. Tom had a gun. He scolded her. He scolded her. I drank coffee. I drank coffee. Go get changed. Go get changed. Add more water. Add more water. Let me try it. Let me try it. We're barbers. We're barbers. Will you swim? Will you swim? Don't say that. Don't say that. Tom pushed me. Tom pushed me. Does Tom drive? Does Tom drive? Can you get up? Can you get up? Let's ask him. Let's ask him. Cats are smart. Cats are smart. Get in the van. Get in the van. Tie your shoe. Tie your shoe. I have a couch. I have a couch. I give my word. I give my word. Will you sing? Will you sing? Hold Tom tight. Hold Tom tight. Didn't Tom cry? Didn't Tom cry? He looks young. He looks young. I have no kids. I have no kids. Tom won't cry. Tom won't cry. Tom is clever. Tom is clever. You won't win. You won't win. They're Asian. They're Asian. I have a piano. I have a piano. Tom dumped me. Tom dumped me. My hair's wet. My hair's wet. I hate working. I hate working. Do it now, Tom. Do it now, Tom. Let's go, Tom. Let's go, Tom. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. Do you hate it? Do you hate it? Finish the job. Finish the job. We're both okay. We're both okay. Tom phoned me. Tom phoned me. Tom was crazy. Tom was crazy. Leave it open. Leave it open. Are they alive? Are they alive? I feel nothing. I feel nothing. I can hear you. I can hear you. Make me happy. Make me happy. I can hear Tom. I can hear Tom. You have time. You have time. This is cheap. This is cheap. Tom is hungry. Tom is hungry. Don't eat snow. Don't eat snow. Tom is wicked. Tom is wicked. Tom jumped up. Tom jumped up. Quit gambling. Quit gambling. Can I touch it? Can I touch it? Tom was tired. Tom was tired. The sun is up. The sun is up. Aren't you hot? Aren't you hot? That's no lie. That's no lie. This was free. This was free. Hand me my hat. Hand me my hat. I have no clue. I have no clue. Start the car. Start the car. Give me a shot. Give me a shot. Things change. Things change. Will she come? Will she come? Call them back. Call them back. I have tickets. I have tickets. Tom is a fool. Tom is a fool. We're frantic. We're frantic. We'll need it. We'll need it. I just vomited. I just vomited. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. Tom left Mary. Tom left Mary. Tom will wait. Tom will wait. I almost cried. I almost cried. You work hard. You work hard. Don't sing yet. Don't sing yet. I can bring it. I can bring it. Let's ask Tom. Let's ask Tom. I feel useless. I feel useless. Lock the door. Lock the door. Good luck, Tom. Good luck, Tom. Who'll attend? Who'll attend? We have plans. We have plans. Tom was livid. Tom was livid. Tom has a kid. Tom has a kid. Who came here? Who came here? Read it aloud. Read it aloud. Did I break it? Did I break it? They're twins. They're twins. That's better. That's better. He gazed at me. He gazed at me. You sing well. You sing well. May I ask why? May I ask why? I corrected it. I corrected it. Am I not right? Am I not right? Cross the road. Cross the road. You know that. You know that. Tom's thirsty. Tom's thirsty. Let's give up. Let's give up. You scared us. You scared us. You are crazy. You are crazy. Will you come? Will you come? Don't show off. Don't show off. You're strong. You're strong. A snake bit me. A snake bit me. We're unlucky. We're unlucky. What about us? What about us? We still sing. We still sing. They're small. They're small. Please fix it. Please fix it. Go be with Tom. Go be with Tom. Pick a number. Pick a number. I just came in. I just came in. Ours is worse. Ours is worse. Do you have it? Do you have it? You walk fast. You walk fast. Both are alive. Both are alive. Make a choice. Make a choice. You need rest. You need rest. We talk a lot. We talk a lot. I hate the fog. I hate the fog. I keep a diary. I keep a diary. You are wrong. You are wrong. You're a liar. You're a liar. Try to escape. Try to escape. Don't sing yet. Don't sing yet. No one's died. No one's died. I betrayed you. I betrayed you. Do you mean us? Do you mean us? Cut your nails. Cut your nails. We're thieves. We're thieves. You should go. You should go. He isn't young. He isn't young. Leave it here. Leave it here. I hate you all. I hate you all. Tom was lying. Tom was lying. Tom felt fine. Tom felt fine. Do you know us? Do you know us? I feel cheated. I feel cheated. Open a window. Open a window. Will you sing? Will you sing? Don't be tardy. Don't be tardy. Stop gambling. Stop gambling. Shall I go on? Shall I go on? Tom got angry. Tom got angry. We both cried. We both cried. Ours is worse. Ours is worse. I go to school. I go to school. I called a cab. I called a cab. He's a butcher. He's a butcher. They had guns. They had guns. I can kill you. I can kill you. Open the gate. Open the gate. They found us. They found us. Watch closely. Watch closely. Tom left Mary. Tom left Mary. Can I be there? Can I be there? They can wait. They can wait. Don't tell Tom. Don't tell Tom. I don't see it. I don't see it. Tom went away. Tom went away. Don't eat this. Don't eat this. Tom must come. Tom must come. We're dieting. We're dieting. We need paper. We need paper. Do as Tom asks. Do as Tom asks. Did I hurt you? Did I hurt you? Have some cake. Have some cake. How high is it? How high is it? Do it yourself. Do it yourself. They fixed it. They fixed it. Tom eats meat. Tom eats meat. Life is short. Life is short. Mary shrieked. Mary shrieked. You will wait. You will wait. She needs you. She needs you. Does Tom snore? Does Tom snore? Ring the bell. Ring the bell. I have a cough. I have a cough. You scared me. You scared me. I can fix that. I can fix that. He got the job. He got the job. We were first. We were first. Here, try this. Here, try this. We never swim. We never swim. Try eating it. Try eating it. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. You need help. You need help. Ask my friends. Ask my friends. We'll take it. We'll take it. I can kill you. I can kill you. You are early. You are early. This is awful. This is awful. Can I talk now? Can I talk now? Let's drop it. Let's drop it. Great job, Tom. Great job, Tom. Do you mean me? Do you mean me? Get rid of her. Get rid of her. Enter the room. Enter the room. Will Tom sing? Will Tom sing? Please fix it. Please fix it. We'll risk it. We'll risk it. Learn Italian. Learn Italian. His son is ill. His son is ill. Are you crying? Are you crying? Don't run away. Don't run away. Tom is hungry. Tom is hungry. Did Tom notice? Did Tom notice? Tom liked you. Tom liked you. Can I have one? Can I have one? We admire you. We admire you. He has a lunch. He has a lunch. I can see them. I can see them. Was Tom happy? Was Tom happy? Roll the dice. Roll the dice. How did it end? How did it end? We must focus. We must focus. Lock the door. Lock the door. Put that back. Put that back. We won't swim. We won't swim. That's a fake. That's a fake. Take him away. Take him away. Leave it here. Leave it here. Come back here. Come back here. Are you joking? Are you joking? These are new. These are new. Allow me to go. Allow me to go. Take me there. Take me there. Who asked you? Who asked you? She is a twin. She is a twin. You got lucky. You got lucky. Who's fasting? Who's fasting? Can we move it? Can we move it? I brought wine. I brought wine. She was brave. She was brave. Show yourself. Show yourself. Get off my car. Get off my car. We'll both go. We'll both go. Tom adores me. Tom adores me. He is powerful. He is powerful. Be nice to Tom. Be nice to Tom. Don't close it. Don't close it. Can I help you? Can I help you? Tom bought it. Tom bought it. They hired me. They hired me. Speak clearly. Speak clearly. A beer, please. A beer, please. I have to know. I have to know. Tom will help. Tom will help. I followed him. I followed him. He trusted you. He trusted you. Who's fasting? Who's fasting? Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Out of my way. Out of my way. Take that one. Take that one. Give it to Tom. Give it to Tom. Take that one. Take that one. Tom knows you. Tom knows you. We're trapped. We're trapped. Tie your shoe. Tie your shoe. Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? Tom loved you. Tom loved you. I have no food. I have no food. Can I call you? Can I call you? Shut the gate. Shut the gate. Stir the soup. Stir the soup. That's insane. That's insane. Open the gate. Open the gate. They heard it. They heard it. That's enough. That's enough. I admit I lost. I admit I lost. Call your wife. Call your wife. I got up early. I got up early. You look fine. You look fine. We don't sing. We don't sing. We'll be late. We'll be late. Take my horse. Take my horse. What'll we do? What'll we do? This is weird. This is weird. Were you shot? Were you shot? Stay a moment. Stay a moment. Open the gate. Open the gate. I corrected it. I corrected it. They must die. They must die. We never talk. We never talk. Who's calling? Who's calling? Tom called us. Tom called us. I felt trapped. I felt trapped. Use your head. Use your head. We want candy. We want candy. They are here. They are here. I hurried home. I hurried home. You're strong. You're strong. Put that back. Put that back. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. We'll be here. We'll be here. He deserved it. He deserved it. That can't be. That can't be. Stuff happens. Stuff happens. He was thirsty. He was thirsty. Sweep my room. Sweep my room. I get the idea. I get the idea. Take that one. Take that one. This is great. This is great. They're crazy. They're crazy. Tom went west. Tom went west. Can I touch it? Can I touch it? Who's dieting? Who's dieting? He was invited. He was invited. Sit down, Tom. Sit down, Tom. He talks a lot. He talks a lot. We drank beer. We drank beer. I can run fast. I can run fast. May I go, too? May I go, too? Try eating it. Try eating it. Tom needed it. Tom needed it. How's your arm? How's your arm? Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Leave it here. Leave it here. Comb your hair. Comb your hair. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I sit here? Can I sit here? You may begin. You may begin. We didn't win. We didn't win. How deep is it? How deep is it? Send it to me. Send it to me. Stay with Tom. Stay with Tom. Bring Tom over. Bring Tom over. You never ask. You never ask. They are busy. They are busy. You're polite. You're polite. I broke my arm. I broke my arm. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Did I hurt you? Did I hurt you? Tom is fierce. Tom is fierce. Tom has goats. Tom has goats. I got a tattoo. I got a tattoo. Pace yourself. Pace yourself. Close the safe. Close the safe. We stopped it. We stopped it. We'll all die. We'll all die. We're in pain. We're in pain. Tom knows her. Tom knows her. Stand up, Tom. Stand up, Tom. We need a map. We need a map. Ask my friends. Ask my friends. That's so sad. That's so sad. Take that one. Take that one. We had doubts. We had doubts. Where was Tom? Where was Tom? Can I see them? Can I see them? Shall we walk? Shall we walk? I have a badge. I have a badge. We have a car. We have a car. Tom eats pork. Tom eats pork. I have the flu. I have the flu. I have to help. I have to help. We could walk. We could walk. Tom went back. Tom went back. I heard voices. I heard voices. You look sick. You look sick. I have a truck. I have a truck. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Was Tom there? Was Tom there? Tom loved you. Tom loved you. That's my boy. That's my boy. How did we win? How did we win? Tom is sleepy. Tom is sleepy. Who's driving? Who's driving? I had to leave. I had to leave. You can do it. You can do it. His son is ill. His son is ill. I hate Mondays. I hate Mondays. Tom blames us. Tom blames us. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. We're married. We're married. Tom will sing. Tom will sing. I can't get up. I can't get up. Tom liked you. Tom liked you. She hired him. She hired him. Don't close it. Don't close it. This one's okay. This one's okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. I agreed to go. I agreed to go. I can't get in. I can't get in. Tom could win. Tom could win. We were young. We were young. We are hungry. We are hungry. Where are you? Where are you? Stop babbling. Stop babbling. I ate them all. I ate them all. How far was it? How far was it? Leave me half. Leave me half. Tom just left. Tom just left. I have no food. I have no food. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. Tom knows now. Tom knows now. Help is coming. Help is coming. Finish the job. Finish the job. Am I intruding? Am I intruding? You could die. You could die. I betrayed you. I betrayed you. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Tom isn't wet. Tom isn't wet. Now calm down. Now calm down. They're awake. They're awake. Were you busy? Were you busy? Take this one. Take this one. No, thank you. No, thank you. We're shocked. We're shocked. Tom has a tan. Tom has a tan. I can fix this. I can fix this. He's a bit shy. He's a bit shy. Tom is simple. Tom is simple. You must rest. You must rest. Tom came here. Tom came here. Tom was bored. Tom was bored. How's the wife? How's the wife? He has 12 sons. He has 12 sons. Aren't I right? Aren't I right? Drink some tea. Drink some tea. You're polite. You're polite. Tom was naked. Tom was naked. Who thinks so? Who thinks so? How disgusting. How disgusting. We were upset. We were upset. See you there. See you there. Where are you? Where are you? Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Tom has flaws. Tom has flaws. Get everything. Get everything. I followed you. I followed you. Give us a hand. Give us a hand. He must be out. He must be out. Do you need me? Do you need me? Did she say it? Did she say it? Tom has plans. Tom has plans. Try eating it. Try eating it. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. Summer's over. Summer's over. I didn't budge. I didn't budge. Tom is frugal. Tom is frugal. Clean the room. Clean the room. Was Tom wrong? Was Tom wrong? I fed the pigs. I fed the pigs. Tom is my age. Tom is my age. Tom is strong. Tom is strong. We'll hide it. We'll hide it. I confirm that. I confirm that. I have no debt. I have no debt. Did Tom buy it? Did Tom buy it? Go back to bed. Go back to bed. I bought bread. I bought bread. Tom passed by. Tom passed by. No one saw me. No one saw me. Hit the brakes. Hit the brakes. Throw it away. Throw it away. You can't win. You can't win. I betrayed Tom. I betrayed Tom. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. Tom felt sick. Tom felt sick. Tom is sleepy. Tom is sleepy. Tom will stay. Tom will stay. How did I look? How did I look? Can you get up? Can you get up? Speak clearly. Speak clearly. Give me a week. Give me a week. Take Tom home. Take Tom home. Stop shooting. Stop shooting. Tom won't die. Tom won't die. Tom is greedy. Tom is greedy. Drop your guns. Drop your guns. Put that back. Put that back. We're friends. We're friends. He can't do it. He can't do it. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Tom left this. Tom left this. Can we stop it? Can we stop it? My car is red. My car is red. Don't obey him. Don't obey him. Was that a no? Was that a no? We caught you. We caught you. Tom was on TV. Tom was on TV. Did Tom escape? Did Tom escape? Do you deny it? Do you deny it? Let him do it. Let him do it. Take him away. Take him away. I accept gifts. I accept gifts. Are you joking? Are you joking? Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Tom was upset. Tom was upset. We apologized. We apologized. I am an artist. I am an artist. Who found you? Who found you? How's your son? How's your son? You work hard. You work hard. Don't tell Tom. Don't tell Tom. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. Can it be true? Can it be true? Tom called me. Tom called me. Who sent this? Who sent this? I betrayed you. I betrayed you. That's a fish. That's a fish. Tom was wrong. Tom was wrong. Please go now. Please go now. He is an actor. He is an actor. She was lying. She was lying. You'd like it. You'd like it. Coffee, please. Coffee, please. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't tease me. Don't tease me. They hired me. They hired me. I go to church. I go to church. We missed you. We missed you. We're sincere. We're sincere. Hey, come here. Hey, come here. You scared us. You scared us. Tom sat still. Tom sat still. Who's humming? Who's humming? Do you have it? Do you have it? He had a radio. He had a radio. Did you say 30? Did you say 30? We're stalled. We're stalled. Wait a second. Wait a second. Take that one. Take that one. I can prove it. I can prove it. Luck is blind. Luck is blind. Open the gate. Open the gate. Tom staggered. Tom staggered. Tom was fired. Tom was fired. Are you scared? Are you scared? Throw it away. Throw it away. Tom's escaped. Tom's escaped. Are you racist? Are you racist? I hate Tom now. I hate Tom now. Tom helped us. Tom helped us. They need him. They need him. Tom looks sad. Tom looks sad. Memorize this. Memorize this. He admired her. He admired her. Hand it to Tom. Hand it to Tom. You will stop. You will stop. Close the book. Close the book. Can I buy that? Can I buy that? You should go. You should go. I got it right. I got it right. I hate Mondays. I hate Mondays. Come on inside. Come on inside. Tom was wrong. Tom was wrong. What an idiot. What an idiot. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. Can I help you? Can I help you? Stay with Tom. Stay with Tom. We were there. We were there. Tom's elderly. Tom's elderly. Tom can write. Tom can write. You are crazy. You are crazy. Finish the job. Finish the job. He hated lying. He hated lying. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? How is Tom now? How is Tom now? We're nervous. We're nervous. You are drunk. You are drunk. We're so busy. We're so busy. Tom was third. Tom was third. We can go now. We can go now. Don't call Tom. Don't call Tom. We're cowards. We're cowards. See you again. See you again. Somebody came. Somebody came. Birds lay eggs. Birds lay eggs. We admire you. We admire you. Look at those. Look at those. Tom is my kid. Tom is my kid. You must rest. You must rest. He disappeared. He disappeared. He walked away. He walked away. Go be with Tom. Go be with Tom. Tom is a punk. Tom is a punk. Tom isn't old. Tom isn't old. How disgusting. How disgusting. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Can we go home? Can we go home? Now calm down. Now calm down. Bring the kids. Bring the kids. Bears scare me. Bears scare me. Can you see it? Can you see it? Did you all go? Did you all go? Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Death is scary. Death is scary. Which is mine? Which is mine? Check it again. Check it again. Tom will know. Tom will know. I brought mine. I brought mine. We'll hide it. We'll hide it. Take Tom home. Take Tom home. Did I break it? Did I break it? Let Tom relax. Let Tom relax. Don't be naive. Don't be naive. Let me try it. Let me try it. Do you have it? Do you have it? Do you like it? Do you like it? Tom was silly. Tom was silly. You're a brat. You're a brat. Get in the car. Get in the car. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Write it down. Write it down. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You'll go far. You'll go far. She needs you. She needs you. Were you busy? Were you busy? I didn't argue. I didn't argue. Wait a second. Wait a second. He is punctual. He is punctual. I hate to iron. I hate to iron. Tom has a son. Tom has a son. She needs you. She needs you. We have to go. We have to go. I hate to wait. I hate to wait. Did you fix it? Did you fix it? Both are alive. Both are alive. You won't win. You won't win. Shut the gate. Shut the gate. You're strong. You're strong. You will fail. You will fail. That's unreal. That's unreal. Women hate me. Women hate me. You don't say. You don't say. Do you promise? Do you promise? How's your arm? How's your arm? I am a shy boy. I am a shy boy. They love Tom. They love Tom. Put on a robe. Put on a robe. I don't see it. I don't see it. We're friends. We're friends. Don't help Tom. Don't help Tom. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. We take risks. We take risks. We have rules. We have rules. She's a model. She's a model. Obey your mom. Obey your mom. Tom ate alone. Tom ate alone. Tom ate ramen. Tom ate ramen. Turn this off. Turn this off. Tom is direct. Tom is direct. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. I broke my toe. I broke my toe. Take only one. Take only one. I hit Tom back. I hit Tom back. Don't quote me. Don't quote me. Nobody got up. Nobody got up. We can't lose. We can't lose. Play it again. Play it again. We're trapped. We're trapped. Will you wait? Will you wait? Think it over. Think it over. His name's Tom. His name's Tom. Who helps her? Who helps her? Do you need it? Do you need it? Save yourself. Save yourself. We both agree. We both agree. We both snore. We both snore. Tom had to go. Tom had to go. What was left? What was left? You look well. You look well. Can I come to? Can I come to? Tom's escaped. Tom's escaped. Mine is black. Mine is black. Let's move it. Let's move it. Tom was fussy. Tom was fussy. Golf is boring. Golf is boring. Did Tom buy it? Did Tom buy it? I broke a nail. I broke a nail. I hate spiders. I hate spiders. She needs you. She needs you. Suit yourself. Suit yourself. We're worried. We're worried. She needs you. She needs you. I ate an apple. I ate an apple. We don't care. We don't care. I just came in. I just came in. Sit down, Tom. Sit down, Tom. Now calm down. Now calm down. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. I called again. I called again. Show it to me. Show it to me. I grew up here. I grew up here. Tom was dirty. Tom was dirty. You'd like it. You'd like it. We won't sing. We won't sing. Tom sued Mary. Tom sued Mary. We can use it. We can use it. Do you have it? Do you have it? You talk fast. You talk fast. Who washed it? Who washed it? Will Tom help? Will Tom help? You all right? You all right? Russia is big. Russia is big. I did it wrong. I did it wrong. You're a star. You're a star. Check it again. Check it again. I hate to iron. I hate to iron. Did you use it? Did you use it? I followed you. I followed you. We'll be here. We'll be here. You must come. You must come. I already know. I already know. Do it this way. Do it this way. Everyone gasps. Everyone gasps. I can help you. I can help you. Pick a number. Pick a number. We had a test. We had a test. How time flies. How time flies. Do you know me? Do you know me? Stop that now. Stop that now. You look busy. You look busy. Tom was tired. Tom was tired. Are you lonely? Are you lonely? We'll respond. We'll respond. Tom, I'm home. Tom, I'm home. Take this one. Take this one. We're cousins. We're cousins. Are you insane? Are you insane? You're so old. You're so old. Love is crazy. Love is crazy. He was invited. He was invited. Did you see it? Did you see it? Let's do this. Let's do this. Take this one. Take this one. You're morons. You're morons. Try to escape. Try to escape. No one's died. No one's died. They cancelled. They cancelled. Let's do that. Let's do that. Read it aloud. Read it aloud. Tom knows her. Tom knows her. Tom texted me. Tom texted me. Tie your shoe. Tie your shoe. Don't be upset. Don't be upset. He went to bed. He went to bed. Shut the door. Shut the door. Stop shooting. Stop shooting. We're cousins. We're cousins. You're loaded. You're loaded. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Tom was alive. Tom was alive. Don't hurt her. Don't hurt her. Do you hear it? Do you hear it? Let's open it. Let's open it. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Go to the park. Go to the park. Tom's thirsty. Tom's thirsty. You're biased. You're biased. Tom's helping. Tom's helping. I didn't panic. I didn't panic. Did you go out? Did you go out? Come here, Tom. Come here, Tom. Now look here. Now look here. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Take this one. Take this one. He hated lying. He hated lying. Do you love me? Do you love me? I do like fish. I do like fish. Take this one. Take this one. You scared us. You scared us. Tom ate alone. Tom ate alone. Stop dreaming. Stop dreaming. A Coke, please. A Coke, please. I gave it back. I gave it back. Will you help? Will you help? Here comes Tom. Here comes Tom. You are crazy. You are crazy. Don't stand up. Don't stand up. Tom's adopted. Tom's adopted. Tom is voting. Tom is voting. Open the safe. Open the safe. We won't lose. We won't lose. Take that one. Take that one. Don't be cruel. Don't be cruel. I broke my arm. I broke my arm. I helped a lot. I helped a lot. Tom undressed. Tom undressed. Everyone knows. Everyone knows. Tom is a poet. Tom is a poet. Press any key. Press any key. Will you help? Will you help? Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Wax the floor. Wax the floor. The bell rang. The bell rang. Lock the door. Lock the door. Tom is my age. Tom is my age. I borrow money. I borrow money. I don't get it. I don't get it. They're happy. They're happy. Tom loves you. Tom loves you. Open the safe. Open the safe. People change. People change. He's uninsured. He's uninsured. Who's missing? Who's missing? Contact my son. Contact my son. You seem busy. You seem busy. You should go. You should go. We're leaving. We're leaving. Take this one. Take this one. Do you mean us? Do you mean us? One was heavy. One was heavy. Bring me money. Bring me money. Tom was drunk. Tom was drunk. Take this one. Take this one. How tall is he? How tall is he? I hate my boss. I hate my boss. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Tom shuddered. Tom shuddered. Tom exercises. Tom exercises. Leave it open. Leave it open. I betrayed you. I betrayed you. We missed Tom. We missed Tom. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? We'll do this. We'll do this. Do you know me? Do you know me? Tom will sing. Tom will sing. You're my age. You're my age. He asked me to. He asked me to. You're a snob. You're a snob. Read it aloud. Read it aloud. Tom's missing. Tom's missing. This won't do. This won't do. Do you want it? Do you want it? Tom called us. Tom called us. Tom went west. Tom went west. Was Tom happy? Was Tom happy? You're a hunk. You're a hunk. Tom eyed Mary. Tom eyed Mary. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Tom's smiling. Tom's smiling. Did Tom object? Did Tom object? We can't wait. We can't wait. Read it again. Read it again. They screamed. They screamed. I am very tall. I am very tall. When do we go? When do we go? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll be late. We'll be late. Tom nodded okay. Tom nodded okay. I believed Tom. I believed Tom. Don't sing yet. Don't sing yet. He will not go. He will not go. We could walk. We could walk. Luck is blind. Luck is blind. Never do that. Never do that. Cut your nails. Cut your nails. What's it for? What's it for? Tom is a baby. Tom is a baby. Tom didn't go. Tom didn't go. Straighten up. Straighten up. They're ready. They're ready. Tom has a gun. Tom has a gun. That's a wolf. That's a wolf. Tom found one. Tom found one. Ours is worse. Ours is worse. Throw it away. Throw it away. Read it aloud. Read it aloud. Drink some tea. Drink some tea. Tom ate alone. Tom ate alone. Don't struggle. Don't struggle. Can you see me? Can you see me? How was Boston? How was Boston? We wonder why. We wonder why. You may laugh. You may laugh. We're puzzled. We're puzzled. They're drunk. They're drunk. He worked hard. He worked hard. Tom was quick. Tom was quick. I hate ironing. I hate ironing. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Tom kicked me. Tom kicked me. Who was wrong? Who was wrong? We're stalled. We're stalled. I have to hide. I have to hide. Do we have one? Do we have one? Take that one. Take that one. He's not ready. He's not ready. I have a radio. I have a radio. He hit me back. He hit me back. Who hired you? Who hired you? That's my son. That's my son. I just woke up. I just woke up. Lead is metal. Lead is metal. Tom will swim. Tom will swim. Tom did do it. Tom did do it. He trusted you. He trusted you. Please fix it. Please fix it. I have to rest. I have to rest. Open the door. Open the door. Everybody knew. Everybody knew. Are you famous? Are you famous? Tom can do it. Tom can do it. You may leave. You may leave. He keeps a cat. He keeps a cat. That was easy. That was easy. We're sinking. We're sinking. He's a man now. He's a man now. Can you manage? Can you manage? Tom likes her. Tom likes her. I have no wife. I have no wife. I have a badge. I have a badge. Everybody paid. Everybody paid. Everyone stood. Everyone stood. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. She avoids me. She avoids me. Who disagreed? Who disagreed? Who'll buy it? Who'll buy it? Tom looks bad. Tom looks bad. This is legal. This is legal. He was in pain. He was in pain. They're early. They're early. That's a book. That's a book. Who wants tea? Who wants tea? Can we move it? Can we move it? Don't fire Tom. Don't fire Tom. He had a radio. He had a radio. I feel so lost. I feel so lost. Let's ask Tom. Let's ask Tom. Nobody smiled. Nobody smiled. Tom is shaken. Tom is shaken. Give it to him. Give it to him. We ate apples. We ate apples. They're spies. They're spies. Open the cage. Open the cage. Can I sit down? Can I sit down? We've arrived. We've arrived. Listen to Tom. Listen to Tom. She came last. She came last. Tom knows you. Tom knows you. Tom left Mary. Tom left Mary. We were wrong. We were wrong. You're my age. You're my age. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. Now stop that. Now stop that. May I go, too? May I go, too? You're joking. You're joking. We got soaked. We got soaked. May I go home? May I go home? Will you help? Will you help? This is Japan. This is Japan. Tom knew this. Tom knew this. Check it again. Check it again. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Tom will work. Tom will work. Tom is untidy. Tom is untidy. Eat everything. Eat everything. That was free. That was free. Did she say it? Did she say it? Don't cry, Tom. Don't cry, Tom. Get the camera. Get the camera. He's a bit shy. He's a bit shy. Don't be cruel. Don't be cruel. We're prudent. We're prudent. Take me there. Take me there. We scared Tom. We scared Tom. They're spies. They're spies. She hired him. She hired him. Will you wait? Will you wait? Who likes Tom? Who likes Tom? I have a flute. I have a flute. Check with Tom. Check with Tom. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. They're tense. They're tense. We'll survive. We'll survive. Sit beside me. Sit beside me. You must come. You must come. Tom is scared. Tom is scared. Could you help? Could you help? See you later. See you later. I have an idea. I have an idea. Tom was angry. Tom was angry. Take only one. Take only one. I gave it back. I gave it back. I count on Tom. I count on Tom. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Now follow me. Now follow me. Tom fell down. Tom fell down. Who made this? Who made this? You're strong. You're strong. Who hates you? Who hates you? That was ours. That was ours. You're so bad. You're so bad. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Let's go away. Let's go away. I can't resist. I can't resist. I have a horse. I have a horse. No one smiled. No one smiled. They're brown. They're brown. We'll both go. We'll both go. Don't mind Tom. Don't mind Tom. Come down here. Come down here. Everyone cries. Everyone cries. You look pale. You look pale. I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh. Now follow me. Now follow me. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. Tom graduated. Tom graduated. We're reading. We're reading. That's a fake. That's a fake. He went to bed. He went to bed. Tom left town. Tom left town. Duck your head. Duck your head. Did Tom buy it? Did Tom buy it? My gun jammed. My gun jammed. Can I touch it? Can I touch it? Come to Boston. Come to Boston. Tom won today. Tom won today. Now calm down. Now calm down. Now follow me. Now follow me. Don't quote me. Don't quote me. I hope it's okay. I hope it's okay. Tom can leave. Tom can leave. I got promoted. I got promoted. Can you juggle? Can you juggle? Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Will you sing? Will you sing? How did we win? How did we win? Wake the kids. Wake the kids. Who's staying? Who's staying? Turn that off. Turn that off. I corrected it. I corrected it. You look fine. You look fine. Are you hiding? Are you hiding? Tom lost hope. Tom lost hope. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. Get everything. Get everything. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Let Tom leave. Let Tom leave. They heard it. They heard it. They know him. They know him. He's not going. He's not going. Tom knows you. Tom knows you. Who came here? Who came here? I got expelled. I got expelled. You smell bad. You smell bad. Bring a camera. Bring a camera. Was it useful? Was it useful? Tom will obey. Tom will obey. How was dinner? How was dinner? Tom said that. Tom said that. You will fail. You will fail. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. She needs you. She needs you. Don't be tardy. Don't be tardy. I bike to work. I bike to work. Who does that? Who does that? I believed you. I believed you. She avoids me. She avoids me. Can you answer? Can you answer? Tom was alone. Tom was alone. Are you crying? Are you crying? Didn't Tom win? Didn't Tom win? She's my type. She's my type. You were sick. You were sick. We're trapped. We're trapped. We need sugar. We need sugar. Tom was on TV. Tom was on TV. Tom got stuck. Tom got stuck. He is homeless. He is homeless. Everyone froze. Everyone froze. She was naive. She was naive. Who sent this? Who sent this? Let's ask Tom. Let's ask Tom. We've no time. We've no time. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. You're so bad. You're so bad. Open the safe. Open the safe. Tom is my boy. Tom is my boy. Read it again. Read it again. Can't you read? Can't you read? I have the map. I have the map. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Deal the cards. Deal the cards. How's your mom? How's your mom? They hurt Tom. They hurt Tom. What a fiasco. What a fiasco. Were you home? Were you home? Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Tom loves you. Tom loves you. Are you single? Are you single? Who sent this? Who sent this? They voted no. They voted no. Read it to me. Read it to me. Read it again. Read it again. Stay positive. Stay positive. You're famous. You're famous. Give it to Tom. Give it to Tom. We caught you. We caught you. Tom has a cow. Tom has a cow. Both are alive. Both are alive. Did Tom see it? Did Tom see it? Tom bent down. Tom bent down. Get rid of Tom. Get rid of Tom. I followed you. I followed you. Mom, I'm home. Mom, I'm home. We're kidding. We're kidding. We missed you. We missed you. Shall I begin? Shall I begin? We'll need it. We'll need it. Don't hurt Tom. Don't hurt Tom. Don't be cruel. Don't be cruel. Tie your shoe. Tie your shoe. Give it to Tom. Give it to Tom. Do as Tom asks. Do as Tom asks. Mom's at work. Mom's at work. We want facts. We want facts. We must speak. We must speak. Do you need me? Do you need me? Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Tom's fainted. Tom's fainted. I followed Tom. I followed Tom. Did you all go? Did you all go? You talk fast. You talk fast. Do you know it? Do you know it? Don't be naive. Don't be naive. Tom got angry. Tom got angry. Heads or tails? Heads or tails? They screamed. They screamed. Hello, I'm Tom. Hello, I'm Tom. Go back inside. Go back inside. Throw it away. Throw it away. Can we keep it? Can we keep it? You seem nice. You seem nice. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Take that one. Take that one. The war ended. The war ended. Take this one. Take this one. Turn the page. Turn the page. Give it a kick. Give it a kick. Leave the key. Leave the key. The cat froze. The cat froze. Hand me my mug. Hand me my mug. Do we know you? Do we know you? Bring the kids. Bring the kids. You're boring. You're boring. We'll find it. We'll find it. Breathe deeper. Breathe deeper. He doesn't lie. He doesn't lie. Tom is stupid. Tom is stupid. I hate arguing. I hate arguing. Now stop that. Now stop that. Tom recovered. Tom recovered. They fixed it. They fixed it. Brace yourself. Brace yourself. I just arrived. I just arrived. Put that away. Put that away. Help Tom study. Help Tom study. Are you scared? Are you scared? Were you hurt? Were you hurt? Tom zoomed in. Tom zoomed in. I have one kid. I have one kid. Here's my card. Here's my card. Call them back. Call them back. We hit it off. We hit it off. Do you feel okay? Do you feel okay? Give it to her. Give it to her. Tom protested. Tom protested. Tom was hired. Tom was hired. Mine is black. Mine is black. Tom would cry. Tom would cry. You're paying. You're paying. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Do you promise? Do you promise? You just rest. You just rest. You scared us. You scared us. You scared us. You scared us. They trust me. They trust me. Make it quick. Make it quick. We are hungry. We are hungry. You scared us. You scared us. You're my age. You're my age. That's my cat. That's my cat. Can this be it? Can this be it? Come down here. Come down here. Who's playing? Who's playing? We need to go. We need to go. I do like fish. I do like fish. Eat more bread. Eat more bread. Owls are cute. Owls are cute. I just saw Tom. I just saw Tom. I blame myself. I blame myself. He is handsome. He is handsome. Birds lay eggs. Birds lay eggs. He admired her. He admired her. I ate the meat. I ate the meat. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. Do tigers purr? Do tigers purr? Okay, I'm ready. Okay, I'm ready. We're in love. We're in love. Did you fix it? Did you fix it? I have to stop. I have to stop. Shall I go on? Shall I go on? You look well. You look well. Tom was crazy. Tom was crazy. That's not okay. That's not okay. Tom is crafty. Tom is crafty. He came by bus. He came by bus. Keep climbing. Keep climbing. Do you need it? Do you need it? We're hunters. We're hunters. Can we do that? Can we do that? Tom is guilty. Tom is guilty. The cup broke. The cup broke. We are hungry. We are hungry. We all change. We all change. Go wake Tom up. Go wake Tom up. Memorize this. Memorize this. Stop that car. Stop that car. Come back home. Come back home. Who wants tea? Who wants tea? Stop babbling. Stop babbling. Tom needed it. Tom needed it. I followed Tom. I followed Tom. Thanks anyway. Thanks anyway. I have no time. I have no time. You must stay. You must stay. You're my age. You're my age. No one's home. No one's home. Pass the salt. Pass the salt. Don't be gross. Don't be gross. Okay, I'll help. Okay, I'll help. I grew a beard. I grew a beard. You scared us. You scared us. Are you insane? Are you insane? They're tired. They're tired. Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready. Can we move on? Can we move on? Can I kiss you? Can I kiss you? They hate Tom. They hate Tom. Please listen. Please listen. Don't you know? Don't you know? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? I broke my leg. I broke my leg. We can't lose. We can't lose. Tom is chatty. Tom is chatty. Tom's arrived. Tom's arrived. That's Saturn. That's Saturn. They're alone. They're alone. He's all right. He's all right. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Tom had a son. Tom had a son. You look good. You look good. That was mine. That was mine. That was ours. That was ours. He was panting. He was panting. Calm down, Tom. Calm down, Tom. Tom will swim. Tom will swim. Tom is upbeat. Tom is upbeat. Duck your head. Duck your head. How do we look? How do we look? Hide that book. Hide that book. I have a clock. I have a clock. They found us. They found us. Was Tom angry? Was Tom angry? Here's the car. Here's the car. Tom is square. Tom is square. I got no reply. I got no reply. I am a redhead. I am a redhead. Tom is yellow. Tom is yellow. Tom succeeded. Tom succeeded. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? Check with Tom. Check with Tom. Am I too early? Am I too early? I do love them. I do love them. Did you see it? Did you see it? I hate karaoke. I hate karaoke. I can fix this. I can fix this. We left early. We left early. You will help. You will help. They embraced. They embraced. Don't run here. Don't run here. Open a window. Open a window. She was young. She was young. I can call Tom. I can call Tom. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. Tom was tough. Tom was tough. You scared us. You scared us. Tom is a hero. Tom is a hero. We're potters. We're potters. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Show it to me. Show it to me. We helped Tom. We helped Tom. I give my word. I give my word. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? You can do it. You can do it. Watch TV here. Watch TV here. Get me a towel. Get me a towel. Can't you swim? Can't you swim? She's my wife. She's my wife. We hit it off. We hit it off. We got robbed. We got robbed. Tom's trapped. Tom's trapped. I have nothing. I have nothing. I just met him. I just met him. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? He looks happy. He looks happy. Take him away. Take him away. Were you sick? Were you sick? Take the keys. Take the keys. They're dying. They're dying. Please listen. Please listen. You were rude. You were rude. Tom needed us. Tom needed us. I bought bread. I bought bread. That may work. That may work. I have a guest. I have a guest. Check it again. Check it again. I hate my boss. I hate my boss. You won't die. You won't die. Go to bed, Tom. Go to bed, Tom. Who loved who? Who loved who? Did you fix it? Did you fix it? You will fail. You will fail. Would it work? Would it work? That's a joke. That's a joke. This is crazy. This is crazy. We'll find it. We'll find it. Do you feel okay? Do you feel okay? Go take a walk. Go take a walk. Don't help Tom. Don't help Tom. Bring a shovel. Bring a shovel. Don't fall off. Don't fall off. This is a pen. This is a pen. Tom has a cat. Tom has a cat. Come over here. Come over here. Show it to us. Show it to us. Can I join you? Can I join you? Check this out. Check this out. Are you asleep? Are you asleep? Take a ticket. Take a ticket. Go back to bed. Go back to bed. You are drunk. You are drunk. You sing well. You sing well. He could do it. He could do it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I followed you. I followed you. Do you like me? Do you like me? Take that one. Take that one. Let me finish. Let me finish. How high is it? How high is it? Send it to me. Send it to me. Tom knows her. Tom knows her. Are we friends? Are we friends? He wants to go. He wants to go. We both cried. We both cried. Clean the room. Clean the room. Show it to us. Show it to us. I hate my hair. I hate my hair. Here is my key. Here is my key. Tom had a cat. Tom had a cat. Tom was alive. Tom was alive. We all agreed. We all agreed. Add more water. Add more water. Don't be naive. Don't be naive. Who called me? Who called me? You are early. You are early. He worked hard. He worked hard. That's enough. That's enough. Take that one. Take that one. Can I help you? Can I help you? Does it matter? Does it matter? Take that one. Take that one. Get rid of Tom. Get rid of Tom. Eat more bread. Eat more bread. I hurt my foot. I hurt my foot. Please fix it. Please fix it. Say something. Say something. Try and do it. Try and do it. We wanted Tom. We wanted Tom. Do you miss it? Do you miss it? This is a pun. This is a pun. Apples are red. Apples are red. He was perfect. He was perfect. Don't quote me. Don't quote me. Tom's not fat. Tom's not fat. Open the gate. Open the gate. Don't be cruel. Don't be cruel. Take a cookie. Take a cookie. Let's ask Tom. Let's ask Tom. Give it to him. Give it to him. Try your luck. Try your luck. You could try. You could try. Can I go first? Can I go first? You might win. You might win. Tom is paying. Tom is paying. Now lie still. Now lie still. I had fun here. I had fun here. He sang a song. He sang a song. She needs you. She needs you. Cooking is fun. Cooking is fun. Can I have one? Can I have one? Tom will cook. Tom will cook. He accelerated. He accelerated. That's broken. That's broken. Tom is my son. Tom is my son. Take that one. Take that one. Put that back. Put that back. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Whose is this? Whose is this? Don't tease me. Don't tease me. Whose is this? Whose is this? Open the gift. Open the gift. Start singing. Start singing. Get on the bus. Get on the bus. He's in prison. He's in prison. Tom is asleep. Tom is asleep. You're my age. You're my age. That's not so. That's not so. Come sit by us. Come sit by us. He is American. He is American. Tom got lucky. Tom got lucky. I deceived Tom. I deceived Tom. Can Tom see us? Can Tom see us? Read this now. Read this now. He went to bed. He went to bed. Don't jump yet. Don't jump yet. How can I help? How can I help? I deserve that. I deserve that. Tom was sober. Tom was sober. Tom is a lush. Tom is a lush. You have time. You have time. Contact my son. Contact my son. We're parents. We're parents. He went to bed. He went to bed. We'll explain. We'll explain. That's my job. That's my job. You are drunk. You are drunk. Everybody dies. Everybody dies. Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty. Untie the dog. Untie the dog. We met before. We met before. We like games. We like games. I hope so, too. I hope so, too. Switch it off. Switch it off. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. You're a nerd. You're a nerd. Do as Tom says. Do as Tom says. They found us. They found us. Let's eat out. Let's eat out. Where are you? Where are you? Start running. Start running. You were busy. You were busy. Tom thinks so. Tom thinks so. I hate parties. I hate parties. He slapped her. He slapped her. I began to cry. I began to cry. Do you like it? Do you like it? You needed me. You needed me. Hi. What's new? Hi. What's new? My foot hurts. My foot hurts. I did warn you. I did warn you. I arrived late. I arrived late. You will stop. You will stop. Come to Boston. Come to Boston. My neck hurts. My neck hurts. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. Be careful, okay. Be careful, okay. Now look here. Now look here. Are you polite? Are you polite? I have a knife. I have a knife. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Tom is famous. Tom is famous. He sells fruit. He sells fruit. We watched TV. We watched TV. I have no home. I have no home. We're waiting. We're waiting. They're fools. They're fools. My foot hurts. My foot hurts. Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you buy it? Did you buy it? We understand. We understand. Can I kiss you? Can I kiss you? Get everything. Get everything. Did she say it? Did she say it? You're so old. You're so old. You were sick. You were sick. Don't eat this. Don't eat this. Was Tom right? Was Tom right? Who responded? Who responded? Give it to him. Give it to him. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? Switch it off. Switch it off. Did you see it? Did you see it? I get off here. I get off here. Never do that. Never do that. Drop your guns. Drop your guns. Tom made rice. Tom made rice. Does that work? Does that work? I ate too much. I ate too much. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. That's my car. That's my car. Tom hugged me. Tom hugged me. I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh. Tom isn't shy. Tom isn't shy. You're boring. You're boring. Tom-eyed Mary. Tom-eyed Mary. You failed. You failed. Tom was dying. Tom was dying. My arms ached. My arms ached. You walk fast. You walk fast. Tom's strange. Tom's strange. Tom will walk. Tom will walk. Read it aloud. Read it aloud. Tom won't eat. Tom won't eat. Who drew that? Who drew that? Tom was right. Tom was right. Tom's healthy. Tom's healthy. I don't see it. I don't see it. I bought bread. I bought bread. Now try again. Now try again. He saw it also. He saw it also. I can fix this. I can fix this. He was patient. He was patient. Tom avoids me. Tom avoids me. Tom's correct. Tom's correct. I have a truck. I have a truck. They're awake. They're awake. We tried that. We tried that. Tom won again. Tom won again. How are things? How are things? I have to stop. I have to stop. They fixed it. They fixed it. Tom came last. Tom came last. That's so you. That's so you. We watched TV. We watched TV. Listen to Tom. Listen to Tom. Tom likes tea. Tom likes tea. Tom has sheep. Tom has sheep. Tom's fainted. Tom's fainted. Don't eat snow. Don't eat snow. You're a liar. You're a liar. Stop shouting. Stop shouting. We'll do that. We'll do that. Deal the cards. Deal the cards. I have to work. I have to work. Throw it away. Throw it away. How much is it? How much is it? Eat this bread. Eat this bread. Read it to me. Read it to me. Are there kids? Are there kids? Guess who I am? Guess who I am? Tom has grown. Tom has grown. Tom's winning. Tom's winning. You're a liar. You're a liar. Everybody left. Everybody left. Call us a taxi. Call us a taxi. He wants to go. He wants to go. Don't stop him. Don't stop him. Who called me? Who called me? Even Tom cried. Even Tom cried. Tom can drive. Tom can drive. Leave at once. Leave at once. Tom joined us. Tom joined us. He's a gambler. He's a gambler. Tom was dizzy. Tom was dizzy. Please listen. Please listen. Are we friends? Are we friends? How was dinner? How was dinner? He's in danger. He's in danger. Tom snickered. Tom snickered. Tom hates you. Tom hates you. Come down here. Come down here. He is not here. He is not here. Get on the bus. Get on the bus. He will not go. He will not go. Tom was vague. Tom was vague. You can do it. You can do it. Don't obey him. Don't obey him. Let's move it. Let's move it. Turn that off. Turn that off. Tom looks old. Tom looks old. We are hungry. We are hungry. We're selfish. We're selfish. We need sleep. We need sleep. He works a lot. He works a lot. Don't watch TV. Don't watch TV. Give Tom a hat. Give Tom a hat. We're friends. We're friends. Do it this way. Do it this way. Do it tomorrow. Do it tomorrow. You're joking. You're joking. I had a stroke. I had a stroke. You could die. You could die. Tom is not in. Tom is not in. You may laugh. You may laugh. Put that down. Put that down. Tom knows you. Tom knows you. You have mail. You have mail. Tom overslept. Tom overslept. Stop babbling. Stop babbling. Man is mortal. Man is mortal. He bit his lip. He bit his lip. I have the key. I have the key. You're direct. You're direct. Tom was there. Tom was there. This is a DVD. This is a DVD. I had to do it. I had to do it. I hate to lose. I hate to lose. Tom sat alone. Tom sat alone. They're smart. They're smart. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? I hurt my knee. I hurt my knee. Tom zoned out. Tom zoned out. Tom found one. Tom found one. Tom's packing. Tom's packing. They're Asian. They're Asian. Tom is strong. Tom is strong. They need him. They need him. Can't you read? Can't you read? I had a stroke. I had a stroke. Let Tom sleep. Let Tom sleep. You need rest. You need rest. Tom didn't go. Tom didn't go. This is a fly. This is a fly. I followed you. I followed you. Tom's smoking. Tom's smoking. Do you have it? Do you have it? Tom felt weak. Tom felt weak. Go take a walk. Go take a walk. I got very mad. I got very mad. All babies cry. All babies cry. Wake the kids. Wake the kids. Can you fix it? Can you fix it? How's your dad? How's your dad? Close the book. Close the book. I didn't leave. I didn't leave. Tom let us go. Tom let us go. Tom felt good. Tom felt good. We're popular. We're popular. We can't fail. We can't fail. He respects me. He respects me. I got up early. I got up early. Form two lines. Form two lines. Tom has to go. Tom has to go. I don't get it. I don't get it. Dad's not home. Dad's not home. Does Tom smoke? Does Tom smoke? Tom was first. Tom was first. Hide that book. Hide that book. Tom's missing. Tom's missing. What did I do? What did I do? Can I touch it? Can I touch it? Read it aloud. Read it aloud. Open the gate. Open the gate. You were sick. You were sick. Let's ask Tom. Let's ask Tom. You'd like it. You'd like it. May I see him? May I see him? Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? Let's ask Tom. Let's ask Tom. She is active. She is active. Have they gone? Have they gone? They need Tom. They need Tom. Switch it off. Switch it off. You're not me. You're not me. They screamed. They screamed. You don't say. You don't say. I hope you die. I hope you die. We don't swim. We don't swim. Add more water. Add more water. Here, try some. Here, try some. Are you asleep? Are you asleep? You're boring. You're boring. We're working. We're working. She hates him. She hates him.